but it's a congratulations. We could put it, council 6.1. How's that sound? And condolences, maybe.
Okay, is there anything else? Anything from you, Andrew?
No, not for me, Mr. Chairman.
I guess just what wasn't included in our package was that bylaw 1718-24.
Yeah,
Which,
the attachment to the bylaw, which forms the substantive portion, it's the agreement we're approving, was missed in the digital PDF. You do have a handout of 1718-24, which has all of the enacting language. It's quite short. So we thought that the handout should still give you ample opportunity to review prior to first reading, as you are entitled to.
I'll give you a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
call question, all in favor? Brian, did you have yours? Okay, carried. Minute approval, 3.1, regular council meeting minutes, December 13th, 2023. All right, that one, please. Council Bender, any questions? Call question, all in favor? That's carried. We have a public hearing at 1 o'clock. Bylaw 1712-23, amendment to land use bylaw. Our first delegation will be here at 11, so just about an hour. And Battle River Watershed Alliance with the 2024 updates.
And the second delegation we have is our new manager of fire services will be in, so that'll be good to meet him. New business, or pardon me, no, I guess council's request for information, 6.1, congratulations, Councilor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chair, I know you attended the meeting, and so some of the other councillors may not know that Mr. Clark became the chair of the District 2 Mayors and Reeves meeting. So a big congratulations. With that comes condolences to the staff because they get to do all the work that goes along with it being that position. But it was a hard fought battle. The election was won by Larry. So there you go.
Thank you.
So congratulations.
If
If I could, Mr. Clark, I think it's very important that any chance we get to work on the provincial or association stage is good for us because Stettler's always been that county that has stepped up and leaned in when times are needed and or need to. And I think it just proves that we're continuing that and go forward. So.
And I just want to add to that also is that our staff does so much and is well respected, but I mean, in something like this, from what they will show themselves again and be the top of the pile. That's better.
Were there a good amount of challenging?
Yeah, there was a three-way race. It was awesome.
And there was even a race for the
Yes, the
resolution committee, which
was they had 5 people or 6 people for a 5-person panel. So that's good. That shows that people are still interested, and I think that's a really good one. When you have acclamations, it's sometimes a case of maybe you either have a really, really strong challenger or you have a unbelievable amount of nobody cares, right? So
we had good conversations and really everybody pushed for their updates for their municipalities, which is very important because you learn a lot of things and a lot of common things, right from doctor recruitment to roads to bridges to all our common problems.
I picked up on there's an airport committee looking at using airports for tourists, tourism and economic development. So I'm in contact with that group now, and hopefully we can move some of that forward too as well. So anytime we can get an opportunity to meet with our counterparts, it's a good time. So, yeah.
Thank you.
New business, request for decision, community investment program, 7.1, page 10 of our package, Lorraine.
Good morning.
Pardon me?
Do you want to go into camera on this?
Yes, I guess we should beforehand.
We can just go into camera at this point, Mr.
Yeah.
chairman, have a quick discussion, and then if we have to finish up or in camera later, we can do that. I'll give you a motion to go in camera.
All in favor? Carried.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we want to go ahead, we'll.
Yeah, 7.1 request for decision, community investment program.
Do a preamble.
Morning, council. Am I on?
Yeah.
So the last round of community investment applications have come in. We've received 8 applications before the December 31st, 2023 deadline. The community investment program was created to streamline sponsorship requests from community groups in an equitable way with the budget amount per year, which is $15,000. This round of applications, we've had the total amount was $15,020. Council may choose to fund fully or partially all or some of the below applicants.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Councilmember.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very good news story. This policy has kind of worked for what we've asked it to do. So what I would propose is that we have a little bit more requests than what we have money in this one. So if we could go with the Big Jack Classic at $1,000, the Big Valley Kids Christmas $250, Denelda Egg Society $1,000, Kids Sport $500. The Rising Star Cattle Clinic, I would suggest that they make application maybe to our ASB and they can talk to our chair and our director on that one. The Red Willow Egg Society for $1,000. The Stettler and District Home Support, I think, again, worthy cause, and I think we should have them come in and do a direct proposal to us so that we can go forward in a different funding model. I don't know if it fits in this funding model. And then the district, Stettler and District Music Festival for $500 for a total of $42.50, with the remainder of the $7,500, I think it is, to move forward to our summer granting programs.
It would be available.
It will be available at our summer granting, yeah. Yeah. And depending on what happens in our summer granting, sometimes we get more in that May granting applications.
Any questions or concerns? Councilor Snowberg?
Yeah, no, I just had one question on that, and I suppose with the remainder that is going to be transferred, if a one-off come that was really pleasing to council to support in between, perhaps it could be looked at if there's a little bit of funding available.
No way. Yeah, absolutely. Council has that.
And I would be pleased to take the Rising Star Cattle Clinic forward to the ASB board, because I think that would be a good fit for our Ag Services Board to fund. So I'd be happy to do that one and see what that board says.
Okay, any other questions?
Call the question. All in favor?
Oh,
You got a question?
I think that.
I just wanted to know if you could amend the motion to have administration bring back the policy.
I'll do that on a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so is there any other questions then, other than, we need you to raise your chair a little bit, CAO Cassidy?
Whatever. Yeah.
That finger. Okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Okay, you go ahead.
Being that some of these organizations, they're ongoing and they do good work and are very popular in our community. I think we need a fit in our policies to do an annual and with limits and everything for these ongoing events that we'd like to be a part of, but not maybe in large amounts, but we still would like to support. And I would like administration to bring back guidelines for this component. So we have an annual feature with caps, and maybe we can look at that in the future.
So amendments to the policy?
Great.
Okay, is that clear enough to administration? Councillor McKay?
So what you're saying, Les, is sponsorship sort of a thing being capped at the.
Right. The annuals would look at a cap, and once they're established, the amount won't be as large as the new ones that are trying to get off the ground, but still, we're happy to support these ongoing ones with a capped amount.
Any other questions?
I'll call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we will go back to delegations. I think you are our 11 o'clock delegation.
Yes.
It 5.1 Battle River Watershed Alliance. And for 2024 updates, first thing we'll do is introductions. Start with you, Lorraine.
Lorraine Hankins, Manager of Recreation and Insurance.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, good morning.
Paul McKay, good morning.
Larry Clark, good morning.
Dave Grover, Big Valley's counselor.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Les Stulberg, Counselor by Morandiang.
James Nyberger, Erskine South Warden, Counselor.
Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
Mitch Richik, Director of Municipal Services.
You got Cassidy, CEO.
Welcome, my name is Susanna. I'm the stewardship coordinator with the Battle River Watershed.
Suzanne, can I get you to just talking to the microphone? Just
Sure, yeah, I was just gonna pass these out. I was only told that there were 7 counselors. Okay, cool. We'll look for the counselors, so I never get the extras.
And there is a presentation to go on.
Yeah, there should be. Awesome.
Is this the same as our presentation that'll be up on the,
So that's just some supplementary material. So that includes our annual report as well as, oh, thank you. A couple other documents, some information about wetland management, as well as some other documents that I'll be referring to. We'll be talking about the planning document that's that'll be part of one of the projects that I cover in my discussion today. All right, so yes, as I said, my name is Susanna, and I'm the stewardship coordinator with the Battle River Watershed Alliance. I've been with the Watershed Alliance for about 12 years now. So there we go. So as the Watershed Planning and Advisory Council, or WPAC as we call ourselves, we have some mandates that have been put out by the Government of Alberta. So we have to develop a state of the watershed report, watershed management and planning. And we also are involved with convening and collaborating with all our stakeholders in our watersheds, as well as involved a lot with information literacy as well and education programs. Last year, or I guess now 2 years ago, I guess now, we had a new State of the Watershed report that came out, taking notice to take action. And this was done in partnership with the Environment Community Health Observatory Network, or ECHO, as they are called, as well as the Prentice Institute for Global Population and the Economy out of University of Lethbridge and the University of Alberta, the Alberta Centre for Sustainable Rural Communities, which is headed out of the Augustana campus, but also a little bit out of the Lethbridge campus, Lethbridge University as well. And we got our funding through the Canadian Institute of Health Research. And so in this document, we have taken a more holistic look at watershed health, which includes the human, personal well-being aspects, people and community, economy and management, as well as the other topics that we've covered before, like water and weather and climate and ecosystems of biodiversity. So we're really taking a holistic view of what it means to have a healthy watershed as well as healthy communities. Within the document, this is just an example of what some of the pages look like. This is some of the species richness, species intactness, data that is in the document. It's a very large document. You can find it on our website. We have a QR code, I think, for that, but it is on our website if you want to take a look. But it's a rather large document. And this is some of the land management maps here that you have in front of you. And this is an example of some of the human health indicators that we have included. So we have chronic disease. So this is chronic disease as well as mental health as well. And this one is really interesting. It's about how the population itself rates their mental health, as well as a sense of belonging. which is really important when we're thinking about a watershed community as a whole, but also as well, of course, as individual communities and our well-being there. So from this big document, we've kind of created a couple projects. The first is the Alberta Community Partnership that we use the Alberta Community Partnership Grant for to do 2 projects. And we've partnered with, specifically on one of them, the Kamloops County, Flagstaff County, and Lacombe County. And this is overseen by the Battle River Watershed Alliance Land and Water Committee. And this is the timeline there from May 2023 to 2025. So we're hoping to wrap this up by next year, I guess, and a little over a year from now. So what we're wanting to do is have some community engagement about this big document. And so we're going to be doing a watershed-wide survey. We're going to be doing some stakeholder surveys with could be communities, it could be specific organizations, and it could just be specific individuals, just depending on what we feel is necessary to make sure that we have gathered all the perspectives that are needed. And we want to have representation from, of course, municipal councils, like you folks here today, as well as we're working with Musqueam's Cree tribal councils and the Métis Nation of Alberta, and those that are represented in our watershed. So we do have a request for council today, or this is one of them that we have, is that you could commit someone to come to our Health in the Watershed Summit on February 29th. So we can have your input and have your perspective represented at the meeting. If you're not able to have someone come, we can have an interview with someone here too. That is an option if you're not able to. But we would really like someone to come to that meeting. And like I said, it's on February 29th, and it'll probably be, I think, in the Heisler area. I think that's where we're planning on having it. But we will have details out about that shortly. So the second kind of part of the planning program is looking at the watershed management recommendations that the Battle River Watershed Alliance have already created through our watershed management plan, at least that the part of it that has already been completed. And again, the Land and Water Committee is the advisors on this project. But what we're looking to do is we're trying to review municipal development plan documents from municipalities across our watershed, as well as communities such as the First Nations, and look at how their municipal development plans or our service plans align or mention aspects that are represented in our watershed management plan. So these are the communities that are going to be included in the review, and Stettler County is there, as well as the town of Stettler, and they will be, so we already have somebody working on this, so she's reviewing all the documents and kind of seeing how they align with our documents. So these are the communities that will be that will be reviewed, but there will also be some that will have implementation guidelines prepared for them. So this would be specific details on how they can more align with, or some ideas on how they can align with our watershed management plan. Stettler County is not on this one, but you will be receiving a guide, kind of a more general guide once our project is complete. So again, we have another request of council today. Regarding this project, so the review of the municipal development plans or service plans, we are having engagement sessions in March and April of this year. We don't have dates set for those yet, but we would request someone to come to one or both of those as part of this project. We will have, when we have dates for those, we will be contacting probably your CAO or your REIV there. So we'll hopefully have those out soon. Another big project, and I'm sure that you folks have felt it, I know you folks have felt it down here, is the topic of drought. And WPACs across the province have been hosting these municipal workshops to help municipalities deal with drought. Ideally, this was supposed to happen when we weren't in the middle of a big drought, but better late than never, I guess. And so we're going to be we've already hosted one up in Vegreville. And so we're going to be hosting another one in Black Falls on January 26th. It's a 10 till 3 kind of a day. And we hope that maybe some of you or some of your staff would be able to come to that. And what the day will look like is we kind of run through, we have, there's part of a project that was developed by the Alberta Water Council. And the QR code there is to register, but if you're interested in more information on the project itself, you can go to the Alberta Water Council page and look up multi-year drought, and it'll have the companion guide that we will kind of be going through with the municipalities and other people. The GOA, we have representatives from GOA coming to answer questions and provide their input about what they're working on and what they're doing. One of the other elements that I'm involved in specifically, I've created a stewardship committee of practice. And so this is to involve all the stewardship groups across our watersheds to get together and support each other and hear what other groups are doing and help each other with different difficulties that they may be having, but also support each other and promote their activities on social media, whatever we can do to help each other. Because we're all in it together in terms of wanting to work towards healthy watersheds. And the Buffalo Lake Nature Club is one of the groups that is involved with us, and they've been involved with us for a long time. So it's great to have them on board. And we had them actually speak at our kickoff event on December 5th. And they talked about the 50 years of their work in the area. So that was really fantastic to have them. And so we'll hopefully be having these kinds of meetings maybe twice a year. We don't want it to be a burden, but just an opportunity for people to hear what other groups are doing. And hopefully we can have maybe an in-person event at some point when the weather is nice. We can have a guest speaker come. So another project that I'm involved in through the Watershed Alliance is the Riparian Care Program. So this is one of our riparian restoration programs where we have funding available through the Watershed Restoration and Resiliency Program from the provincial government. And it will help with riparian projects with landowners. So if anyone's interested in putting in watering systems, livestock watering system, riparian fencing, even planting native trees and shrubs, we have funding available to do that. So if you have anybody or you yourselves are interested in that, you can contact me or send them my way, and I can definitely help them with that. We've also started a blog on our website, and it just kind of talks about some of the up and coming things or things that are pressing, issues that are pressing in our watershed, as well as featuring some of our newest programs. And if you're interested yourself in writing a blog for us, you can do that too. You can just contact our intern who's there at the stewardship at Battle River watershed.ca, or you can go on our website under our blog and the contact information is there as well. We also have many education programs that are available. We have our newest one is the Habitat Tour, which is for grade 6, and that's actually taking place right now in Big Knife Provincial Park. We have students come out and learn about the different ecosystems and some of the important species that are in each of those ecosystems. And it's a great time for them to learn even about one of our hidden gem provincial parks. We also have one of our other flagship programs is the Caring for Our Watersheds program. It's been running now for several years, but we've recently so it's throughout Alberta, and actually it's across a lot of places across the country and across the world. Even now it's become international. We're now the coordinators for all of Alberta. And so if you know any teachers in the area who would be interested in running this program, they can talk to our program coordinator in our office. I'm also leaving this booklet that has all the information as well as a poster inside. So I'll leave that with you. There's more contact information. And if anyone is wanting to volunteer with this, we have opportunities for judging. Every year there's a final contest. It's a verbal contest that the kids have to do presentations. And so if anyone's ever interested in becoming part of that, you can contact us or contact our coordinator, Kendra, at the watershed, and she can hopefully fit you in there. So again, I thank you for having me today. It was a good opportunity to come and meet you. I think I've come to the Stettler office, but I don't think I've ever been here. So it was a great opportunity to come and meet you folks. And so I just want to review that we have a couple of the big asks is for the Health on Our Watershed Summit on February 29th, and some planning engagement sessions in March or April. So just keep those in mind, and when we have dates for those planning engagement sessions, we will let you folks know. That's all I have for your presentation today, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer some.
Susanna, Councilmember.
Susanna, just a note that your March and April, the sooner you can give us, I mean, unfortunately, our springs get to be incredibly busy, and we get booked up. For us to send anybody, it gets a little more and more difficult. Mr. Chairman, as far as you're going to go with February, go ahead, Les.
Yeah. I was just, the January. Okay.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to say, thank you for doing your presentation. Found a lot of that very interesting and probably quite pertinent to our county, a lot of it. But the one I was going to address is the multi-year drought regional workshop that you've got planned for January 26th. Our county has been subject to droughts on more than one occasion, and I think that would be interesting to attend. Unfortunately, that date is a committee of the whole for our county, which involves all council and a lot of our staff. But I think we could look at if council and ASB is in favor, maybe we have a member from our ASB that could probably attend and bring back the information for us. So I'm going to suggest we look into that option.
Yep, Ag Service Board people are definitely welcome, as well as on any county staff who you would think might be pertinent to come, like planners or such might be. They're all welcome to come for sure. Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. Any other questions for Susanna?
Mr. Chairman, I was just thinking we should probably send somebody to the February 29th meeting, and where is it again?
Chrysler, I believe it's going to be in.
Is there anybody that has an option?
We can discuss that.
Okay.
Put a note back to.
Yeah. Susanna.
Is there a deadline to let you know?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure. I don't think registration has come out yet, but I'll pass along the person to contact that on. Well, you can contact me. That's fine. I can pass it along. But Sarah Skinner at our office, she's the one who's kind of planning all that. But yeah,
She'll be sending something out though.
she should be sending something out, and I'll make sure.
She sends it to CEO Castor and myself. We'll get it out.
Okay.
And get something registered if that's the case.
Sure, sounds good. We'll do.
Any other questions?
Should we be sharing the watershed school age information with Clearview? And that way, if they have any teachers that are interested, there was a fair bit of options for them. Maybe it fits within their curriculum.
What, did you put that out to the schools, your group yourself, or?
I think Kendra has put it out. Usually it's to people who she's already been in contact with. She has tried to get it out as much as she could, but any additional contact distribution would be definitely helpful if.
Yeah, we can definitely put it to the Clearview board.
Well, and I think we could put it on our social media too, can we not? Is that something we could post on our social media?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Teachers actually watching this.
Maybe a little plug in our connection.
And Christ King Catholic Schools.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we put it in our county connection too, just with where the contacts were.
Get it out there. That's good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done.
Thanks for having us. or me,
Any
yeah.
other questions? If not, we can let Susanna get on with her day. And
Thanks. I appreciate being able to chat with you folks today.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on this side. Well, I know I can tilt back a little bit, but how far before I go?
I don't know, there's only one way to find out.
At lunchtime, we may do.
Oh, I think you dropped something. I don't think I'm available this February 29th, but for the next couple of years, I can make it work. Nothing scheduled.
Between Ivan's supposed to be Q2, so, but our bylaws, we need to have Ivan here for bylaw 1706-23, do we not?
No, we can proceed on that one without,
He did provide his feedback already, so.
What about your appointment?
oh yeah, we can, I mean, that one might be more appropriate. Once he's here, we don't actually need him. We're just going to appoint Mr. Dykstra as
I
a,
just figured if he was here, that we could,
Yeah.
yeah, that's just for a fire guardian appointment, but still wait for him to be here.
yeah, so bylaws 10.1, 1706-23, fire protection bylaw for second and third reading, page 41 of the package.
All right, so I can speak to this. You guys, looked at this back in July, we gave first reading, and then we wanted to go out to the public and get some feedback. We made feedback options available online as well as through our roadshow through the fall. We got no comments in. Sadly, we were hoping to get a little bit more feedback. So this second draft does have a bit of additions for specifications and definitions of a fire pit and what a fire pit fire is, just for clarity's sake. As well, we have increased the penalties after we've discussed and gotten some additional feedback. We've suggested that penalty, which is currently $75 for the offense, be increased to $200 for the offense. Otherwise, the bylaw remains the same from what you saw in July. And to refresh your memory, largely that does clean up a bunch of the titles in it, gives all the power to the CAO, and the CAO has the ability to delegate, so we don't have to worry about changing job titles. And as well, we require the permit for fireworks, and we are prohibiting outdoor forest structure fires and incinerator fires in hamlets. The report here does have one extra bit that is not accurate. Fire pit fires would still be allowed in hamlets. We would just basically be, burning brush, burning garbage wouldn't be permissible inside hamlets and multi-lot subdivisions.
Do we have many hamlets that would have burning barrels and stuff in them now?
We've only gotten, probably in the last 10 years, I've only heard, one or two instances of it, and it's been because of a complaint. They're in such close proximity that it's tough to have a burning barrel on your property without causing a nuisance to your neighbors, and that's why we've suggested introducing this clause.
Councilor Stevens?
I'm happy with it, but I do want to raise the question regarding our penalties. I'm good with having the first offense penalty at 200, but with the second offense at only 250, I'm wondering if we're not.
And that can absolutely change.
It doesn't seem much of an escalation if you haven't learned your lesson.
Much of it.
The first one.
Yeah, and yeah, I suppose we missed putting too much thought into that one. We haven't often come to multiple offenses, but you're right. An amendment to that would be perfectly fine.
I would feel more comfortable if there was a doubling for subsequent.
So 250 and 1,000?
Uh,
5 to 250.
We're at 200 now.
250 would go to 500, and if the 500 would go to 1,000. Is that what you're saying?
Or you could do 400 and then maybe 800.
248 is what I was thinking, but I'd also be all right with 2.5 and 1,000. I just, if you're repeatedly, I lose sympathy if you're repeatedly breaking.
I do too.
So
I
I'd
would
be,
go 500 and 1,000 just for.
yeah, I'd be comfortable at 248 or 2.5, 1,000.
Counselor Gender?
I'm very much in agreement with that one there. There's also, we had a complaint on someone saying, okay, they were the owners and someone was going to be, they're afraid that the,
Renter was gonna get burning permit, yeah.
so I'm just kind of wondering whether we put where it says 2.15 resident means the owner, whether we have to put in there that they have to get written permission from the owner of the land before they can get a.
That's a good idea, actually. It's not bad.
I know the text of our fire permits at this point do indicate that the applicant represents that they have the permission of the landowner. So to make that statement and not have it would effectively be fraud. But certainly we could make it clearer. And I would suggest probably that would go under section 4 as 4.10, that a resident shall have the authorization.
A leaseholder or a,
Yeah, yes. Should have the permission of the landowner, I suppose, would be the just the best way to do it. I wouldn't necessarily say written, because you'll have a lot of renters saying that's too onerous, when, especially if they're leasing land for long term. You've got a landowner that's not based out of the community, lives afar, and that these people have been, renting that land for forever, and they're just cleaning up some brush.
But then it could be my word, your word.
That's fair. And that definitely becomes something that the owner and the resident would have to battle in court. It wouldn't necessarily be an issue that the county would have to arbitrate.
Well, and I think this would be brush piles on rented land and ours own as well. If we have somebody that we rent land out, I think we should have to give permission that goes out there. I'm totally agreeing in this, and it may already be there somewhere. I just don't, I'll be honest, I haven't read it right.
Yeah, I don't think we go into enough detail to satisfy the thought process that's here. So we could certainly.
I would agree with that mentality, since all of our fines are based off the landowner. I'd be some upset if I was a landowner and a renter racked up some fines without my knowledge. I agree with the direction you're going.
Just a question on the renter, what would happen if the fire department was called out? That would go to the landowner?
Yeah,
That's not be that too. Councilor Grover and then Councilor Stewart.
What if you have a landowner or a leasee that has a 5-year lease on that land? They should be responsible for it, not the landowner. And you've got lots of them in it.
Right, and I think that's where you should have written.
Should have written consent before they,
Start fire.
some of them don't live in this country, they don't own the land.
Well, that would be the issue.
Is very important.
So the other thing just to note is, by default, the way the bylaw would work, it's a penalty or a fire bill for contravening or not having a fire permit, and that fire got away from you or you did it in a van. It is chargeable against the land. It's how most of our enforcement ends up happening. But from the landowner recovery perspective, while it's not a fun process, their recourse for any violation that gets put upon the land, whether that be a nuisance or any other contravention of our bylaws, that would come down to a civil action from the landowner against the renter, or that it would be governed by their lease. So it is tough to basically say force the landowner or force the resident to be responsible. All of our bag of tools is against landowners, and that's ubiquitous across all of our enforcement, all of our bylaws, whether that's land use, nuisance, noise, whatever. It does go back to the landowner.
Councilor Silver?
Yeah, I think it's important that we have a piece in this bylaw that makes it very clear that if the applicant is not the landowner, they need permission from the landowner. And if it's clear and if there is problems, then the landowner has some recourse to the leaseholder or the renter. And the second question I have is for clarification on fireworks. Is there a sort of a size that is mentioned in here? Because I was thinking if someone buys a pack of fireworks at a gas station, they need a permit to set those
Those
off.
are always the ones that start the fires.
So our fee bylaw has always requested a fee for fireworks permits, and our fire permit bylaw never backed that up. So this firework, the wording in this fireworks permit is all fireworks. There is a definition that can be worked towards, which is I think they're high explosive fireworks and low explosive fireworks. I think is the differentiation, and that low would be the sort of concept that pick it up at 7-Eleven and shoot it off yourself on New Year's Eve versus the big show that'd be done out on the lake is the head and stuff. So if council did want us to come back, and there's enough changes here that if council wanted to simply give second reading and give direction to bring back amendments to third reading, we could do so. But that is something we could consider. But at this point, it's requiring permits for all fireworks.
I would know there'd be a few of my neighbors that probably would not get permits for fireworks, and they, not on a regular basis, but they do like to blow off, we go out to the sand pit and blow off a few fireworks every now and then.
Or the ones on the side of 835 that decide to pull over, blow them off and start the field on fire. But
Just thinking about some of our relatives. And usually the younger ones have a tendency to go to a sand pit.
And I think probably all throughout our county, there's a lot of people that would have to be something we get communicated out there very strongly if we do put that in.
I would go high and low. I think that makes sense to me.
Councilor Gender?
I'm just looking at the definition of fire pit and just kind of wrapping around where you're saying a height not exceeding 0.6 meters. Like I've seen some of them, like they've got kind of a chimney effect on with an open face. And it also says equipped with with screen openings no larger than 12.5 millimeters. So I'm just kind of wondering like whether we should be not just keeping it to 0.6. Like I've seen them as high as say like 1.5 meters, 2 meters high, kind of an enclosed, and then with a chimney open.
But that's not a fire pit. That's usually a burn.
Is that meter you're talking or a fire pit?
No,
They're fire pits.
I've seen the ones you're talking about. It's decorative more than anything, the top of it.
Yeah, there's a specific.
Yeah, it's an outdoor fire pit and it cones down to a chimney and usually has legs, so they're up off the ground a little bit.
The one I've seen, it's got a brick base and it's up probably at least 0.5 meter and it's got an open face where you put the fire in. And you do get not a lot of heat off it, then with the chimney effect. I don't think we should be restricting the height of it. It's something that maybe we should be still putting a screen in front, just like the fireplace screen. Because if you walk away, the chances of sparks coming out of that one is quite significant.
I'm just thinking of the rookie parties where, the bale feeder comes in and
Well, it's not 2 meters.
I imagine we'll get permits for that, but Councilor Grover?
Yeah, no, I've seen them where they're up off the ground, so you don't burn the lawn. And they're well contained. They got a lid or they got a screen for them and everything. It swings around on it. Very nice. Go out and set and have a fire. Usually you have the garden hose right beside you. I don't think the height makes any damn difference, really.
Just for the size of back to Andrew, just for the size of the fire, it was written like that, or?
Yeah, and to provide clarity between an incinerator fire and a fire pit, because there are greater regulations around what you can and can't do in an incinerator fire, specifically as it starts to get into commercial. But it is something we could simply bring back for third reading and get some more clarity on. I would chat with Ivan a bit since these do form part of his comments as well.
Councilman Nyberg?
And just for my clarity, I always thought like versus a burning barrel, the incinerator was actually safer typically.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's what we're trying to convey here, because I mean, you see a lot of the guys with the old, I think they're old propane bottles of some sort or some cylinder of some sort with the doors on and the chimney out the top, and they use it as a force air out the bottom, and they get a really good burn on an incinerator, but less sparks versus say just an open barrel.
Yeah, and actually in this case, we define a burn barrel as an incinerator.
Oh, I
So we kind of grouped that together. It's basically, respecting that a burn barrel is different than your campfire, right? And that burn barrel might be a barrel, or it might be something bigger with a chimney kind of thing.
Councilor Grover?
Incinerator with, that's enclosed and has a spark arrestor saver on top of it, is way safer and it's way taller than a burn barrel or anything like that. So I don't know the height thing, that doesn't do nothing for me. I would vote against the height restriction.
So if we give second reading, you can look at that.
Yeah, and direct administration to bring back amendments for consideration for third reading.
And the fee piece?
Yeah, fee, so I've got the split the fireworks, the fire pit definition, and the subsequent offenses, fees. As well as landowner permission.
Okay, Councilor Stevens?
I'll make the motion that we give this second reading and instruct administration to bring back the amendments that we discussed for third.
Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Okay. What other one can we?
Well, we could just move on to reports at this time.
Okay.
We will have Craig at 1 o'clock for the public hearing, and the remainder of the bylaws are his subject matter, so.
Okay, so reports, Chief Administrator's Officer's Report 11.1, page 89 of the package. Any questions, concerns on that?
Up until what page?
It should be 81, or pardon me, 89 to 138.
Information, please.
Any questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 11.2, financial reports, accounts payable register, December 31st, 2023. 11.2.2, bank reconciliation, November 30th, 2023. 11.2.3, reserves, November 30th, 2023. And 11.2.4, year-to-date budget. And it goes from 139 to 158 pages. Questions on those? We'd seen some from Councilor Gender put some questions in previously. Councilor Gender?
Just another one, it's on page 155, it's regarding to the Walker water well. I know that we've had some vandalism done down there, but I also look at the amount of water that it really pumps compared to the water cost and usage that would be, say, like either buy more or NDA. Is it worthwhile keeping it open? Is a profit that we are making on the other is far outdoing the damages that we're doing there.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a conversation to be had, but I think to give due credit to administration, I think you would need to make a motion, Mr. Gender, to bring that back to another council, and let's have it as a separate item at another council. I think it's a conversation we as council needs to have, but to just throw it out there during a financial reports is a little, it's disingenuous to staff to be able to answer that.
We did discuss it at ASB meeting
Yeah.
before, so Councilor Grover and then Councilor Stevens.
A lot of this is People in his area use that, and I think it's, as long as we can keep it open, we should keep it open. Thank you.
What I understood from our previous conversation around this Walker well was that, yes, it was vandalized. Yes, it was gonna go over our annual budget for the repairs. But, we had kind of agreed to do the repairs this year, get it operational and give the community one more chance at this before we pulled the plug, was how I understood.
I do think we can move this to CSP, because it hasn't been vandalized the second time, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So I understand the
I
concern.
agree.
I don't think they're all in water.
To go here too.
Yeah. Any other questions or concerns on the financials?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just a note, the EFT 8479 wholesale fire and rescue for 100,000, that was to outfit our Denelda Hall and
Primarily the firefighters themselves. Of course, we had a great and successful recruitment campaign last year and got a whole pile of new recruits. And with new recruits comes new gear. There was a bit of a mix-up in where the bills from the wholesale fire rescue were going, seemed to be going into cyberspace or something. Because I reached out to them and said, I haven't seen a lot of your invoices. I feel like I should have paid you a lot more money this year. So they sent over basically everything from the whole year at once.
okay, so that is actually, that is as a 2023 budget item, it's not. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that it got into our 2023 budget.
Yeah. And the cost of doing business with an operating firm.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, everything basically fell within budget as far as the function's concerned. We had to move things around a little bit to focus on the priorities of PPE and backfill equipment. We've still got more we're doing this year in focusing now on the service level that Denelda seems to be needing, which for sure we're seeing the motor vehicle incident being a significant part of their call volume already. So we'll likely start looking to factor our gear or our equipment purchases to sort of attack that.
So did that include the bottle refiller or not?
So that just arrived actually last week.
Is that through them too then, or no?
No.
Okay, no, I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the bottle refiller, but also for our air packs that we should have had a while ago. And also some of that, we've had to buy some for our existing two fire halls would be part of that.
That bill doesn't
We
include.
had was maybe substandard.
That doesn't include the updated gear for Big Valley and Bymore. They both went with custom fitted gear, which has quite a lead time on them. So we won't see those bills until into this year.
Okay. We're looking after them, that's good.
Councilor Gender?
That was my concern, or I was kind of wondering whether it was for the compressors, but Andrew broke it down, said no, it was, I talked with Krista this morning, said that the compressors are yet to come, it's about $110,000 in those two.
Thanks for sharing that with all of us.
Yeah, and to be clear, timelines, the compressors came before Christmas. We've got the installation walkthrough happened last week to figure out and talk to both the platoon chiefs about how they want them set up and where they want them set up. And then the invoice is yet to come. So we do have the equipment in hand, and the plan is being put together on installation.
Fair enough. Good. I just wanted clarity. I know we have a regular update with the fire on our council meeting, so that helps clear that up just financially. It's excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions on that?
And if you'd like, I'd make the motion to accept, unless you have somebody else.
Another question, Councilor Brooks?
No, we're good.
Call the question in, all in favor? And that would be carried. Okay. And our 11:45 delegate is here. Unless, yeah, and so we,
If you want to make that motion about the Walker well being brought to a future meeting while you have it, then like to Mr.
yeah, that's probably should, yeah.
I think to make a motion that we bring forward to the next council meeting.
No, it'd be.
I'd like, service, well, where should it go? Where do you think, Yvette? Where do you want it?
Ag services.
When do you want it done?
Since they look after it, they maintain it. I mean, it's all under Joe's umbrella, but the reason we have it open is to service the ag. And when you're hauling water, the closer you can go,
The closer you can haul it, the better.
I don't think vandalism has been from the people, using it. They're probably looking either for money, like, people paying to use the water, or they're just looking for a place to get into.
Or copper.
Just forgetting about the copper stuff.
It's ridiculous.
Maybe wire straight to the power line down.
Yeah.
And
Back to
we'll be there in the morning.
They kicked the door in, and so we should have something really nasty on the other side.
Back to our motion that we bring it back to the ASB.
Back to the future ag meeting, because the one that's coming up in January, I don't know if we have one, or whether we don't.
Yeah, so February.
Did it have open discussion on the Walker water route versus, I'll say, either the
Or NDA water services down there.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, our 11:45 delegation, welcoming Ivan Dykstra. Is that how you say your last name, Ivan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll do introductions here too, Ivan. I think you know the staff, but starting with Michelle.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good morning.
Paul McKay, Denali Red Roll.
Larry Clark, Bobby Gadsby, and Reeves.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Counselor.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Morning. Morning. Les Stulberg, Counselor by Morandian.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Ward and Councillor.
Thank you.
Nikki, Communications.
We might have met you before.
We met once or twice.
Um,
Go ahead and introduce yourself, or I suppose I can set him up. This is Ivan Dykstra. He is the new manager of Regional Fire Services. He comes to us as a result of the modernized fire agreement with the town of Stettler that created this position. We're very excited to have Ivan start. Made him hit the ground running real quick. We're a fire investigation on day one. And I will leave it over to you to introduce a little bit more about your background.
All right. Thank you for having me and having me work with county and the town, managing the regional fire service. Come in with about 15 years of fire experience, various municipalities, like municipalities were Parkland, Clearwater, and Red Deer. Before that, I was in Lacombe as well. Also have about 30 years, getting 30, almost 35 years of management experience. Grew up on a farm, so we used to milk cows back in the days. Fire service wise, lots of regional experience. I think that was one of the attracting parts for this position. Anything in particular that council would like to know about me?
Open it to question. Any questions for Ivan? Councilor Stillberg?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's my first time to get to meet you, but I've heard a lot of good things about you. And of all your experience, I'm really pleased to see fire and management experience, but I'm also very pleased to see your farm background. Being we're an agricultural community, and you'll have a good insight to, fires, burn piles and things within agricultural land. So very happy to see all that expertise.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
You guys are letting them off easy.
Councilor Grover. Have you met with our county stations?
No, not yet.
Or Denelda?
No, that is on my plan in the next week or so, probably next week, to actually visit all the stations. Like Andrew said, got to hit the ground running with an investigation on day one. Just trying to find my way to the bathroom, as simple as it is. Trying to get trying to get a little bit of the lay of the land. So yes, it's definitely on my schedule to meet with all the platoon chiefs.
If you need to see the lay of the land south, you just give me a call.
Poor Evan had the fire investigation day one, and then I think he rolled into 2 medicals, day 2. Day 3, maybe he got to catch his breath.
They said this was going to be just a cakewalk for
It's
you.
gonna be a cakewalk.
Well, I mean, I'll clear that up first. We did not say it would be a cakewalk. But I, just kind of wanted to share a little bit about some of the regional plans that we identified with the town that were priorities that Ivan's assisting with us. Right off the shoot, we all agreed, as came out of the agreement discussions with the town, that policies, SOGs, and SOPs all needed a good thorough review. We've got a bunch of inventory to do, and partially to get Ivan's head wrapped around what he's responsible for, and partially to get a good feel of what's actually on the trucks and go from there. Ivan's helping us hire the county fire chief position. Following that position's advertising closes on the 19th. Following that, we'll do some interviews. And once we've got that person in place, we'll probably take Ivan and that new person on a roadshow to our local councils with the other villages, as well as start to meet with our mutual aid partners, because we've got a lot of work to do with some mutual aid agreements and identifying regional training opportunities. Even before Ivan started, he was getting phone calls from Bashaw saying, hey, we've got this grant money for training coming up. I hear you're in Stettler now, or you will be in Stettler, and you're one of our mutual aid partners. Let's get going on this. So really quite excited about the large to-do list that we've handed off to Ivan.
So Ivan, a little bit about your personal background. Are you live in Red Deer or county, or where do you live now?
Currently still live in Red Deer. The plan is once my house is sold in Red Deer, to move to the county or to the town, in the area.
You got family? Where?
No family.
Okay.
No, my parents and my sister, but not married.
Where are they at then?
Parents are in Lacombe.
Oh, okay.
So close by. Our dairy farm was west of Lacombe, and they stayed around that area. Yeah, that's dairy country. And my sister lives up by Mayatorp, so she's a little ways away.
Very Dutch accent I'm picking up there.
Lacombe, west of Lacombe?
No, from you a little bit?
For me, yes, yeah.
Were you born in Canada or?
I was born and raised in Holland, moved in my late teens.
Other Dutch. Councilor Stevens?
Not looking for exact dates, but at what stage do we anticipate hiring the next position and starting negotiations with our other partners? Is this a month away, 2 months away, just thumbnail?
Yeah, so we're the 19th through that competition to close, and then probably need a couple of weeks to interview, and 2 to 4 weeks to give them a time to transition employment. So I'm guessing we're probably looking at an early March start date for that position. As for the service agreements with the villages and the summer villages, those discussions can start now, administration to administration. It's more administrative than it is operational in just how we fund and how we partner. I don't see huge changes to the nature of our contracts or the nature of our agreements. I am anticipating that we'll see status quo as far as the practical effect of it is concerned, but that we will want to do, as is my goal for every agreement we have, is to get better definition in them and make sure expectations are clear. And then, of course, we'll need to review and negotiate a modernized fee structure for both sets, because we do have different sets of fee structures for the villages versus the summer villages. And that comes with pros and cons on both sides.
Councilor Stevens?
Are we anticipating one agreement with all 4 of our smaller partners, or is it going to be broken up into separate agreements again?
So desperately wanted to get my 5 agreements down to 1. I think we'll still have 5 agreements at the end of the day. The most I could get down to, so we've got the one with the town. The least amount of agreements I could probably get away with is 3. One between us, the town, and both summer villages. and then one between us, Big Valley, and Alda. But realistically, I don't think I'm going to get my Christmas wish of less agreements. It's just a little too difficult to manage that many parties.
But I think we'll look at that because that would be nice, especially with Ivan's input, if we could get it down to one agreement with basically the town and the county and the two summer villages and the villages.
In a perfect world, it makes sense to me to bring in all four of the smaller partners into our agreement with a singular, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, the challenge with that one right now is the town and the county jointly provide services to the summer villages, but only the county provides services to the villages. And so right away, you've got a fairly big difference in the arrangement there. But it's certainly something we could look at and getting complicated with.
I'm not sure if that model makes sense anymore, giving the apparatus requirements for the summer villages. And that's why I thought it would be more wholesome to be one. And one last question, and it's loaded and you may not have the answer. Do we anticipate a delay due to the current issues at Big Valley and municipal affairs stepping in?
No way of knowing that. I don't think that we would be in a position to negotiate with Big Valley prior to the end of March. They're going to have a by-election and reinstate council, so that's my guess.
Councilor Grover?
I think that I disagree with Councillor Stevens that it should stay the way it is so that they have representation. We got two different, like Big Janelda and Big Valley are still their own entities. See it stay the way it was, however it is right now. Thank you.
We're working that process.
Work in process, I realize that,
I
Larry.
don't think I was suggesting that any representation should change.
Overlying agreement. Councilor Mayor?
Mr. Chairman, if we don't have any more drilling of Mr. Bigshaw, we could possibly have a early lunch.
Except we need to.
I do have one thing I'd like to,
We better get you.
that 9.1 manager of fire services appointment. That was the point I wanted to carry before we went to lunch.
And I will give you that. Oh,
Is there anything you were going to?
Describe the motion you're about to make. Quickly, we are looking just for an appointment that Ivan Dykstra would be a fire guardian for the county of Stettler.
Guardians of our galaxy.
And then would our fire chief also, like the county fire chief would have that?
Once he's in place, we will similarly appoint. So the fire bylaw that we reviewed here today and we'll be looking at passing next month gives the CAO a lot of authority to delegate our local stuff, but the fire guardian appointment affects the Forest Prairie Fire Protection Act, which has a few other bits and bobs in it that are provincially regulated. And so we need the fire guardian appointment for Mr. Dykstra to be able to handle that.
Any questions? Councillor Jenner?
I see that you were raised on a dairy farm 365 days a year. Hopefully this position here will not be 365. You can have some holidays other than our CAO that don't take any holidays.
Well, I was here now.
38 is smart the day too. So
The reason why I got into the fire service, Ian on 365 twice a day, going out to the barn.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion to appoint him. If that's
Yeah, I did. That's going to be a double piece appointment for the regional fire person because the town has to give one and we have to make an appointment. Is that correct? Okay, just clarify that.
The town itself may not appoint a fire guardian. They have a lot less skin in the Forest Prairie Fire Protection Act. That covers a lot more rural grassland type of things. So they may not do that delegation, and that's reasonable. The CAO and councilors are all fire guardians ex officio, so that's not an issue.
No.
Oh, I'll give you that.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. And yes, if we can, if our lunch, is lunch here? No?
You can still recess for lunch.
In a couple minutes.
Okay, we'll recess for lunch. And we will open the public hearing, bylaw 1712-23, amendment to the land use bylaw, as stated for 1 PM, page 4 of the package. And it is reconvened, as I said, at 1:01 PM. Welcome all participants, and is there anybody called in?
There's not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we don't have to do any introductions. I think we all know each other. Well,
Okay.
okay, could I ask the notice of the proposed amendment to be read into the record?
So, Mr. Chair, so notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 is proposing to amend bylaw 1433-10 as follows. Rezone 2.07 acres, 0.3 hectares of the southwest 103919 west of the 4th Meridian from the agricultural district to the industrial district as shown below, and a map is included in the advertisement. The intent of the amendment is to rezone a section of the southwest 103919 west of the 4th Meridian where a subdivision has been applied for. The subdivision is proposing to remove 2.07 acres from an agricultural parcel and add it to an existing parcel that is zoned industrial. The bylaw may be reviewed at the County of Stettler Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. The public hearing to hear representation concerning bylaw 1712-23 is scheduled to be held Wednesday, January 10th, 2024 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in the council chambers of the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to the Director of Planning and Development, County of Stettler, number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 200, or by email to cteal@stetlercounty.ca by January 5th, 2024, or make representation at the public hearing. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to approve the bylaw. Should you require any additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441, and that notice was dated December 15th.
Thank you, Andrew. The rules of conduct that will be followed during the public hearing is any written submissions will be tabled first and read into the record. Anyone wishing to speak to support or oppose the amendment, speak up for 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants and presenters, and any questions through the floor must be addressed through the chair. Are there any written submissions? Beyond that?
I don't think it quite picked me up. Sorry, Reeve Clark, there are no written submissions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any, we have no call-ins?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So there'll be no verbal submissions?
That's correct.
Is there anything else from you, Craig, that you wanted to present to us?
I have nothing additional to add, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions from council?
Just one for clarification. So now the industrial area is all the area within black lines on the left side of that quarter? Looks like to me, is that correct? So anytime they want to expand again, they have to go through the same process to, or is it the whole quarter that's industrial?
Mr. Chair, so in terms of the hatched area, that if you could pull up the image on page 85 of the package, Andrew, that is the portion of the quarter section that's being redesignated. What's not shown on the photo is the designation of the parcel to the immediate left or to the west of that, which is already in the industrial district. So ideally, you should have, for the smaller size parcels, the same designation on the entire parcel for use of industrial purposes. And as opposed to this one, we're adding a little bit more from the quarter section to the industrial parcel to make it bigger. So the rest of the quarter section does remain as agriculture. And in the future, if there was a desire to do a similar exercise for another parcel, they would go through a very similar process.
Okay, that's just what I want clarified. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Spielberg, any other questions for clarification? Seeing none, I will, the public hearing will be closed at 1:06, yes. Okay, Okay, then we'll be back to our bylaws. Can we go to that one first? Since we're just, okay, so that would be 10.4, bylaw 1712-23, amendment to the land use bylaw for second and third readings. Counselor Stolberg?
I'll move second reading.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Dick?
I'll move third reading.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, and then that will put us back to bylaw 1718-24, town and country, or town and county water and wastewater agreement bylaw for first, second, and third reading.
Thank you very much, Reeve Clark. So before we get into the item, council members should have found the actual handout to go with the package. It would be 2 pages of the bylaw itself was on your desk awaiting you. And Reeve Clark, we may have to give people at least a minute or so to quickly peruse that.
I did mention at the start of the meeting too, so does anybody need time to peruse it? Doesn't look like we need it, Craig.
Great. I'll also come back to the highlights of that attachment as well. The purpose of the bylaw is to do 2 things. It's to adopt the agreement between the town and the county dealing with water and wastewater services provided by the town to lands within the county. Ordinarily, you don't see a bylaw to deal with an agreement. I think council is more used to seeing a resolution. But in this particular case, we're also taking advantage or having to satisfy the requirements of Section 12 of the MGA, which requires a bylaw adopted by both municipalities on the agreement and to delegate authority for the town to act within the boundaries of the county for certain matters. So it's kind of a 2-part reason why we're doing that, which is why there's a bylaw in front of council instead of a resolution, and similarly in front of town council, it'll be a bylaw as well to meet that requirement of the MGA. The agreement itself is a product of work over 2023 between town staff and county staff to, in essence, provide a better document framework around activity that had already been undertaking being underway for about 10 plus years in certain lands on the east side and to the west side of the town of Stettler. They're located within the county, and they've had access to either town water or town water and wastewater services. And it's also about getting a framework well documented between the 2 municipalities that allows us to deal with future lands that have yet to connect, but are close to the town and covered under our intermunicipal development plan that would have access to those town services if need be. It's not an exclusive arrangement in terms of having our own water services available. In some cases, we still have that option available, but this gives the options for some select lands to be able to access town water and wastewater services, subject to fitting within the available capacity of the town system. So it's not brand new stuff for Reeve Clark, but we are trying to document it better. This is an agreement that has to last for many years between the 2 municipalities. I'll circle back to the recommendations just to give a little bit more background. The agreement does fit into what's called our intermunicipal collaboration framework. So that's the overall umbrella envelope or agreement between the town and county on how we can share services. And when that document was done, this was one of the items that was identified on the schedule to be addressed at a future date, and we've now gotten to that. Similarly, in the 2009 IDP, so that's the Intermunicipal Development Plan, there's been talk about having access to town water and wastewater services and the cost sharing supply that's been around since that time frame, and some lands have taken advantage of that. The lands that we're talking about, if we can jump to page 62, I believe, in the agenda package, we'll give you a schedule that's attached to the back of the agreement. Thank you very much. Rotate it. So north is down to the top of that drawing, and it shows the select lands in the county that are eligible to make use of town water and or wastewater. So on the very far left-hand side of that drawing, you'll see the yellow area. That's the Byers subdivision that has access to the water system coming into the town. And then the rest of the lands are all on the right-hand side of the drawing, on the east side of the town, in the county identified growth areas under the IDP. So that includes a few of the lands immediately south of Highway 12, the pink called the Northwest 32 lands, what we know as the Heartland Business District, where the Petrocan is located, is all connected in and serviced with town water and the low-pressure wastewater system. The green area, what we call the Eastgate or FedEx, depending on your reference, is eligible as well. And then the kind of pink purple is the King subdivision, the existing row of country residential parcels that could be redeveloped and resurfaced as commercial in the future, at some future point. Not the lands that you see shown on in those colored areas, with the exception of the buyer lands. It's kind of like a one-off that we're trying to cover in the same agreement, since it's also an issue of service provision by the town into the county's jurisdiction. Represent at this stage point in time all of the capacity that the town could spare to service lands that are within the county. So it does build on what's called the Regional Master Servicing Study that was undertaken a few years ago between the town and county to assess what would the long-term future of servicing the entire town and IDP area look like. And within the constraint of the current capacity of the wastewater lagoon, that identified kind of a 25-year or so threshold. And that is what this agreement deals with. It doesn't mean that additional capacity won't come on in the next 30, 40 years. Never say never, but at this point in time, this deals with the capacity that the town is comfortable in saying we can give access to the county lands for servicing purposes. Some of the things the agreement tries to cover is, one, make it very clear which areas are eligible, which are by default. That means other areas are not. It looks at processes of how we would construct the infrastructure within those areas as people bring forward development permits or subdivision applications. The county would still oversee the construction because we're still the planning authority responsible for that. But the agreement requires that we would use a design that's comparable to the way the infrastructure is built and designed within the town boundaries. So we'd use the same guidelines. And that's largely so because they're going to be the operator for whatever number of years follows after it's constructed. But the infrastructure that's built remains the county's on anything that's on the county side of the line. So if there's a rupture of a fire hydrant or water line or just time for capital replacement, those items still remain the responsibility of the county. What the town will be stepping in and looking after is all the day-to-day operations and treating the utility account holders in that area in the same way they treat their own utility account holders within the town. So there'll be no distinction from the customer's perspective. If you have water from the town, if you have an issue, you call the town, you get it serviced, even though you're in the county. If you have a blockage in your wastewater system, you call the town, and the part of the services they'll provide will include ongoing troubleshooting and maintenance of the system, and making sure that the system operates in accordance with the operating license required by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. The county does remain the owner of the infrastructure, and nothing in the agreement gives us a ownership stake in any of the infrastructure that's within the town boundaries. That includes the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment facilities, or a lift station further downstream, or any mains that are maybe lead up to and service the lands that are in the county. It does obligate for collection of the same offsite levy amount the lands within the county, within the town would pay. Largely for the wastewater capacity and lift station upgrades that are needed to service this area and other lands. So that we are not looking at formally adopting an offsite levy per se, but the same amount that the town collects from its developers and land would be collected by the county on the lands in the county as they develop and as they want to connect to the town system. Again, not brand new, but we did re-articulate or restate the cost sharing formula that we've been using for the last 10 or so years of 15% of the assessed municipal portion of the property tax is provided to the town as kind of the fee for service for connection for water. If it's just connection for sewer, that's 15%. If it's connection to both, it's up to 30%. And in the report, you'll see we've been undertaking that for a number of years. It varies depending each property. Some are connected to water and paying 15%. Some are connected to both, like the Heartland business that are paying 30%. Our combined total in 2023 was approximately $16,000 was transferred to the town for consideration of providing that service. In addition, with the account holders, the people that are accessing the service, will pay the utility rate fees just like any other customer within the town of Stettler, which is why we need the second part of bylaw 1718, which is to delegate the authority of the town to manage the system on a day-to-day basis. So that includes the ability to collect the water rate, the wastewater rate, to police the system and make sure only the proper effluent or things that are supposed to go into a municipal wastewater system are going down the drain, to come and do troubleshooting, and if necessary, to enforce bill payment, up to the point of putting on the taxes. And that would rest solely with the county council's ability to do that. So just back in terms of process, I do want to thank the town staff for the cooperation and work over 2023. It took a little longer to juggle schedules, but they had to put up with some pesky questions for myself and Joe McCullough, who were the main administrative components from the county side to work through the agreement with them, but very much appreciated our working experience with them. And also with the ICC committee that had a chance to review it before Christmas and do a little bit more detailed walkthrough of the contents of the agreement. The ICC, this is a first agreement I think that's come formally through the ICF, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, using the ICC process, and we may see more of that in the future. With that, Reeve Clark, I'd be happy to, other than the fact I probably should state what the recommendation is of the choices that are available at the top of the report. It is recommended that council give first, second, and third reading to bylaw 17/18/24, and in between, of course, second and third reading, the motion for unanimous consent to move on is the recommendation from administration. And with that, I'd be happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Craig. Councilor Stillberg.
No, I'm really happy to see that this agreement is coming into place. But I just had a question, like for background history on this eligibility of, say, Carlisle and the airport and Anderson. What's the history there that they're not eligible? Or
so, Reeve Clark, it simply comes down to partially geography. They're just harder to access. Carlisle is on. Let's back up. Part of it is capacity over on the wastewater lagoon system. That's the first. It gives us a set number of how much land can be accommodated. The other part is which parts will be able to use a low pressure system versus a traditional lift station approach. So the lands that are identified largely on the east side are the ones that can access the low pressure system that the town maintains in that particular area of the town, and low pressure is not used throughout the town. So a low pressure system is a series of small pipe pumps, each contributing to a shared force main to eventually move the effluent onto a point. It either drops into a gravity main or it drops into a municipal lift station to then move it further along. And that facility simply is not available for Carlisle. It's not available for Anderson, sorry.
Councilor Stevens.
Couple questions. The town's offsite levy. So any development outside of the serviced area, the highlighted areas, they would not be subject to the offsite levy, correct?
That's correct. So technically, what we're suggesting is we would formally adopt an offsite levy of our own. We would look to other mechanisms to say, if you're in the town, you'd be contributing X number of dollars per acre. When you do a development agreement with us for a development permit or a subdivision, we're going to collect a similar amount per acre, use the same calculation, and remit that to the town as the fair contribution from that land towards the major infrastructure that's shared. So if you are not benefiting, no, you certainly do not pay the levy. But it's kind of, we're going to be doing a contribution in kind. I wouldn't really formally call it the offsite levy per se.
Okay. And second thing, is there any, the timing of service to connect water and sewer, if, let's say, Eastgate got developed, is there any trigger when it would have to be serviced?
So typically it would be, if they want access to it pretty much immediately, it'd be part of if they're doing a series of new lots, all the infrastructure would be installed as under a development agreement as part of that subdivision. That would usually give each parcel to the point of having a service connection, and you wait for individual development permits or building permits to come along to carry it from that service connection point up to the building envelope. So I think the expectation would be there that needed municipal wastewater, that you are connecting pretty much immediately as opposed to any kind of interim arrangement. There's no reason. The low pressure system has a capacity, and you could pretty much service those areas that are identified in color scheme immediately.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure that developer hypothetically comes forward. He develops and he's waiting 2 years before they're connected to the municipal. So I just wanted to make sure that that was covered.
Reeve Clark, just a little further, kind of depending on when you start your clock. So if you have to literally go from agricultural field through the entire subdivision process, through a development agreement process, 2 years is pretty much how much time you go through, if not 3. It depends on how fast luck of the draw in terms of construction season, and how fast things can get coordinated. But we have asked the question to town staff, is there any major downstream capacity limitations that would suddenly throw a hiccup into our ability to service? And the answer that came back is no. It's going to be really based on that development going ahead. We'll have to invest in the local infrastructure to connect to the system. So if you have 500 meters of new road, you have to pay for 500 meters of new shared forest main. And that's going to be part of your project. But in essence, that means you as a developer of that project, you're moving on immediately.
Mr. Chairman, I would move first reading of this. We sat on that committee, and I think it was well noted. Our staff did a great job, worked us through it, and the town. I think it's one more item that we can say that we worked well together and made happen. So I'm more than happy to put this forward.
Councilor Gender, you had your hand up.
Yes. On page 57, number 10, the very bottom, it just states that the county acknowledges that the town is at liberty to amend and update these bylaws as needed and as determined by the town. We're both signing this bylaw. Should we not be able to be updated also with it? Or be acknowledged?
Reeve Clark, I think I follow the question is, so this is a series of bylaws that the town will need to provide the service on an ongoing regulatory basis. So the last two, the ones that are labeled rates bylaws, are kind of like an annual adjustment for as part of their budget cycle. So they are posted to their website after the fact. And then the other two are the larger ones, similar to our own, that tell you how you're managing the system, what's allowed to go down, how you deal with overstrength effluent, or what the expectations are of the customer versus the service provider. So all of them are public afterwards, and I'm not sure I'm confident we'll be able to get our copies of the material afterwards, but we purposely didn't ask for any input or comment from us in terms of telling the town on how to manage their utility systems. We're coming on as a customer. So I'm confident in the data being available to us after the fact, but whether or not we would get an input process that would be at the town's discretion, it's not been built into the agreement.
Just to add some clarity, Councilor Gender, this clause does not enable the town to unilaterally change this bylaw. It's to be able to maintain their own water and wastewater bylaws, as well as the respective rates for those.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion for first reading on the table. Is there any other questions before we?
Yeah, I still think that this should have a timeline like 90 days or something in it there. That they have to act on it when our ratepayers that are in our county ask to start putting services into it.
Well, you want to explain that again, Greg? That's all part of the planning process.
I realize, but there's no set time, right?
Subdivision piece of it, so it would work hand in hand, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. I would think so. If I get the question, it's what if they just kind of don't act, or for whatever reason?
120 days, services and water is going to start flowing out the end.
I would probably look to this agreement and then say, are you going to honor the agreement, yes or no? And if I'm getting a no, I will look to the dispute resolution process to say, we're now going to bring the ICC committee together, because clearly we're not seeing eye to eye on the timeliness of moving ahead on something. So I think it would be covered enough in that. Yeah. On the other issue of timing, I forgot to mention that unlike other agreements, this one, it's going to be around for a long, long time. There's no term of 5 years. It's once you're connected to the low pressure sewer system, there's no way to come off. We don't have a backup servicing scheme in our back pocket. So the town has acknowledged that as well. This kind of that's why it doesn't have like a 5-year automatic renew clause. This is, if we're getting in, we're in.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Okay, we'll go to first reading. We have motion for first reading. All in favor? That's carried. Councilman Kay?
I'll move for second reading.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Councilor Silver?
I'll move that we proceed to third reading.
Call the question. All in favor? Councilor Gender, third reading. Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, bylaw 1719-24 amendment to the land use bylaw for first reading.
Gary Clark. So this one will take a little while to walk through. This one is being brought forward by administration. So it's if it's coming a little bit out of the blue to you, we didn't have a chance to talk a lot about this, and this will go to the process steps that I'm recommending as well in the report. And if council wishes to move forward beyond first reading, I am looking for some additional time between first reading and the public hearing to allow some consultation with the impacted industry and others who may have an interest in commenting on this. The other thing I want to point out is the material I'm going to present is, for all intent and purposes, it's council's application. So unlike other applications that you've seen come through for first reading where we should automatically be going on public hearing, for all intent, you have more latitude on this one. If you don't like some of the materials that you see, then it can be amended. You don't have to automatically roll on to the public hearing. And that's the difference between who the applicant is. So what you are seeing is a proposed amendment that would introduce a direct control district specifically for sand and gravel and surface mineral uses that we regulate in the county. And also kind of along the lines, also clean up a few of the items that we're already using to regulate that same industry. That's the main target of our content of this particular amendment. Direct control district, just a bit of background, is a special tool that's allowed in the Municipal Government Act that the council, once you have to have an MDP now, so that rule kind of has gone out the door. You can exercise specific control over use and development of land and buildings for any particular use that council thinks is important, or any location or geographic area that you think is important. So that could range from things, so I've seen it used in right or wrong for things like daycares, ranging to very unique industrial resource extraction processes, to convenience stores in this neighborhood versus a convenience store that's allowed to be in a different neighborhood in the same city. So it is kind of one of the strongest planning tools that we have allowed in legislation, that if council's making the decision, there is no challenge to the decision that council has made, at least not within the planning appeal process. All of council decisions are subject to judicial review for common law requirements. So that can't be taken away. But most often than not, planning decisions are challenged either at the local SDAB level or through the land and property rights at provincial level. So that is what sets it apart from other districts. And it's also, it depends on whether or not council has chosen to delegate the authority under the municipal plan, under that particular district, which I'll try to touch on the way of structure this. As so long as council has been the one that has made all the decisions on the development permit, that's where you get the protection from that appeal rights. If you've delegated parts of it to the development officer and municipal planning commission, the appeal rights are still constrained, they're limited, but they can still be appealed based on whether or not NPC or the development officer followed the instructions of council. So for instance, if council created a direct control district that says there's going to be a shopping center and we want to make sure they have at least 105 parking stalls, and then the development officer goes and makes a decision that only requires 90, that would be an example of not going against a very specific direction that council gave for that site, for that particular use. So I realize this is kind of new for us. I don't think we've ever had direct control in actually quite a few years in our land use bylaw. I can't speak to what may have been done that was equivalent back in the 60s. I didn't go that far back to look. But it is a little bit different. And I'll try to also touch on process steps as well and what an application will look like coming through. So in terms of the bylaw itself, I want to walk through some of all the content, and we'll start first with definitions. So one of the things the bylaw does do is to clarify or separate out a little bit of the definitions between the sand, gravel, and surface mineral extraction use and the sand, gravel, and surface mineral processing use. So that distinction between those two uses has been built in our land use bylaw for many years, with the theory being that if you were digging the pit, the excavation component, you probably needed Alberta Environment and Protected Areas approval. In contrast, if you just had a yard where you brought in materials and then crushed it, and there was no pit involved, you may not have needed that Alberta Environment Protected Areas approval. Our current definition, though, says you have to have the processing if you wish to sell off-site. And a lot of the applications we've seen in the last few years have been the ability to sell directly out of the pit, 1 or 2 truckloads to a direct customer. And that's been leading to applicants applying for both, just to cover that eventuality that someone shows up one day to haul away on their own, as opposed to using your own operator trucks or trucks under your control to go and deliver to the customer. So in an effort to make it a little bit more useful to go back and distinguish which one you want, and also to be able to regulate the time frame that both would apply to both, we're suggesting to remove the restriction on the extraction use that prevented the sale from the site. And so there'll still be a distinction between the two. One would be no excavation, obviously, and the processing use allows you to import from other properties. So imagine you're bringing in resources from 2 different locations, you're doing the crushing at the location, and then you're spreading it out like we do on our gravel roads, and that's the final end use. It also leads to some questions later on that are in the bylaw about why we would give a 5-year limitation on the excavation component, but not put the same limitation on the processing use when the crusher, which is sometimes our biggest cause of concern in terms of impacts on the neighbors, it could be available in both circumstances, or it could be present. In addition, the hauling of gravel off-site is going to be present for both uses. So there's really not much to make the distinction on why one is limited to 5 years and one is not. So I was contemplating that in looking at the definition changes. The other definition change deals with disturbance area. In our current regulations, we talk about disturbance area, then suddenly we give you a definition. So it's just to clarify up front and say, this is our term that we're going to use. It shows up in multiple clauses. And along the way in the bylaw, I try to also expand to make sure when we say disturbance area, we mean the buffer space that's required for AAP approval. We mean where your trucks are moving. We mean where the weigh scale is, all the stockpiles are, all your excavation area. That's what we mean by disturbance area dealing with these types of uses. Final definition issue is the addition of a defined use for temporary asphalt plant. That's not well covered in our current bylaw. We have received a number of calls, most recently for the project dealing with 590 resurfacing, about where we can set up. So we're introducing that use for the first time, and I purposely put that in the direct control district for any pits that have been approved under that, which is often the preferred candidate site if they can get into a gravel pit with the aggregator that's just already set up for them to use for 6 or 9 months if they need. That works well. Just right now, it's kind of somewhat onerous to go through our process. So those are some of the definitions that are covered in the bylaw. The general regulations is the next area that is changed, and this goes to section 60.8 to 60.15 in our land use bylaw. I've given you the comparison of the existing documents, but it's hard to make a comparison because so many things have got moved around just in terms of more orderly flow and eliminating some duplication. So by means of an example, duplication in our current text, we talk about you have to give us an operating plan. Then we go down a few clauses and we say you have to give us an activities plan. And not much distinction between the two. So in the terms of this land use bylaw amendment, I tried to keep all the content to make sure we didn't miss anything, but just call it an operating plan and try and make it a little bit more streamlined for the applicants to try and know exactly what kind of information they need to supply to us when they're making these applications for development permit and for rezoning if they're switching to a direct control district. The allowable uses and times and size limits, council will recall not earlier this year, last 2023, we put back the limitation on extraction use to limit it to a 5-year approval without the ability to appeal and expand that. So in this particular bylaw, I am proposing that be expanded to the processing use as well as the extraction use, and also introducing a size distinction. So the 5 hectares, less than 5 hectares, and 5 hectares and up is the dividing line between those that need to register with the Alberta Environment Protected Areas. So that's the difference between a class 1 and a class 2 pit, which is quite common. And for most of our pits, they're more already over the 12-acre, 5-hectare line. But we do occasionally still have 1 or 2 that are smaller pits that may have only 1 or 2 acres that are just not moving very fast. They're just more dormant, but technically they are still sand, gravel, and surface mineral extraction or processing uses that we have to regulate. And basically looking at putting a restriction on both size and time for those uses that would stay within the agricultural district and still be dealt with by, or could be dealt with by, Municipal Planning Commission. But anything that wants to be considered for anything greater than 5 years or greater than 5 hectares would have to be dealt with under the direct control district by council. So that takes us into the direct control district. So the direct control district that you see would be added at the very tail end. That's why it's section 1112 of the land use bylaw. It is structured based on a lot of the uses that come out of the agricultural district, but then adds additional clauses to make it a direct control district. So the reason for the agricultural district is a lot of our locations there, it's not one use or the other. It's a quarter section where only maybe 15 acres of it may be in active use as a gravel pit, and the rest may be in agricultural use, or there may be a residence in one far corner. So we still want to be able to deal with those other uses, even though they're in the same quarter section as a gravel pit. And that's why I've added those in, with the idea that all of those that were typical, like the residence or the agricultural operation or ancillary buildings, would continue to be used by or decided by the development officer or Municipal Planning Commission. At the very top of the district, and maybe I'll just jump to the right page, Andrew, if you could bring that up. So it should be, yeah, 173 in the PDF. You'll find that there's a small box or group that's called, they're not, the term permitted and discretionary use kind of falls apart when we use a direct control district. It's a very common term that all of you on NPC are familiar with. It's the distinction between who gets to decide what kind of permit, what kind of process we use, and whether or not you get pretty much a guaranteed right that you're going to get the approval or you're going to be considered on a case-by-case basis. So that kind of, it works for the development officer's decision-making. It works for the Municipal Planning Commission decision-making, but in essence, the first category, uses decided by council, are neither permitted nor discretionary. They're council's sole discretion. So that's why you don't see that typical label happening there. So basically what this district is saying is if you're sand and gravel surface mineral extraction, your development permit application would come to council and be decided. Goes to Municipal Planning Commission or the Development Authority. But what you also don't see in that is the limitation on size or time. And that's been done on purpose to allow, even if someone has a small 8-acre gravel pit, they want to voluntarily go under the direct control district, we can still deal with them. But if you're getting over that 12-acre size, 12-acre size, or you want to be around for more than 5 years, you won't be able to get an approval under the agricultural district anymore. You'll have to move over to this district. And that's the intent and the purpose is to make, there's a bit of carrot and stick at play. So if you move into this district, you can be considered for a long period of time. I did structure it to give council that latitude. So if you wish to continue with a 5-year automatic renewal for everyone, or if you think that there are some pits that are meritorious of having like a 10-year approval, that would be decided on a case-by-case basis for council. And again, your decision would be under a direct control. you have a lot of latitude and discretion on that. It wouldn't be subject to an appeal. Anything, the other, so we're getting into a transition of how to get into this. Given that we have one system we've been using for several years, overnight, everything won't be under the direct control district. It would take time for applicants to gradually transition to this. Either they will, their existing approval, they'll hit the 5-year period and they're over the size and they have to come back for renewal. So that would then trigger a need to not only reapply for your development permit, but also apply to be transferred into the direct control district. So it'll be a land use bylaw amendment process involved in that. Others, so for instance, our own land, we have a new pit that we're looking at bringing on. Since the county is the property owner, we can speak for the application. That can be moved into the direct control district from day one. Other things to bear in mind about this approach would be the rezoning process itself. So for a brand new pit, where we're let's say close to one of the lakes, we have plans for a residential resort community in that area. Because you now need to, for a certain size to become, you need to switch over to the direct control district, triggering our land use bylaw amendment. That will give council the ability to say, is it or is it not appropriate in this particular context? So right now, under the land use bylaw, any agriculture district, MPC makes that decision on its discretionary use, which is then subject to appeal. Under direct control through rezoning requirement, council would decide whether or not a gravel pit is acceptable of that size in that area. And if the answer is no, then that pit does not go ahead. They'd have to stay below the 12-acre size under the discretionary use. So it gives us a little bit more say on areas that are acceptable for gravel extraction operations versus not. But again, it also doesn't throw out all gravel operations. There's still that small scale possibility under the agricultural district. The other highlights to hit, when you scroll down a little further, you'll see that it's still intended that even though it's a direct control district, only those 3 temporary asphalt plant, sand and gravel, surface mineral processing, and the excavation, those are the only ones that would come to council. So when you get further down the decision-making section, you'll see that there's still a role for MPC and the development officer in this particular district. The standards for the permits decided by council will be determined by council on a case-by-case basis. But by and large, a large portion of what you see in the district is also carryover from the agricultural district because we have to still be able to deal with those other permits. The transition, Charlie, I'll come to the table a little bit later. How I would see some of these permits working coming through to council, if you are a brand new pit for the first time, you would end up doing all the same studies and requirements that we require you to do now. And you would do 2 steps. You would first have to come in and amend the land use bylaw. So we'd have a first reading to move a quarter section in the direct control district. The supporting document to justify that decision would be all the information that was going to be used to evaluate the development permit. And then we would come back probably a month later for the public hearing to see if there's any comments or input from it. And at that point, council will get the chance to get the input from all those studies from staff to decide whether or not it's appropriate to consider gravel extraction at this particular location. If council approves the direct control district, later on the same agenda would probably be another item that looks very similar to the MPC reports that you're familiar with seeing from your role with the Municipal Planning Commission, that would move on to considering the development permit for that location. So council effectively on one sitting would end up dealing with 2 major decisions per gravel pit: the redesignation, the rezoning, and actually issuing the permit. From the staff's perspective, the same job that we would have done for Municipal Planning Commission, we'll end up doing for a public hearing and just present it to council as opposed to Municipal Planning Commission. At the very back of the material, there is a table that tries to show a little bit what this would look like and the implications. If Andrew, you can find that. That's on page 83, I believe, of the PDF. And so basically trying to break down the types of gravel operations in the far left based on size and length of time, excavation versus processing. So in the very upper left, if you want to stay under the agricultural district, you can still do that, but you'll be going through review every 5 years. you'll have to stay under the 12 acre size. That's allowable in the agricultural industrial districts. Moving on to the right-hand side, we're still retaining that part. But also some people may voluntarily say, no, I want to move into the direct control district. So they could apply and do that as well, which is why you see that listed as there. Depending on which of those two paths you take, then we get into the who decides the application. If you stayed under the agri district, it's the same process we're using right now. It would go to Municipal Planning Commission. If you're under the direct control district, you'll flow through to council for decision. The application requirement column, that's not changing. It doesn't really matter what size you are or whether or not you're under direct control or agriculture. We still ask for the same information. Probably the only distinction would be if we know that you're under 12 acres, and we know there's no Alberta Environment Protected Area approval or license requirement or registration requirement, we wouldn't ask for that information because you may or may not have been required to do it. You may have also done it voluntarily, so people can still do that. So that's probably the only distinction in terms of the information requirements for the types of applications. So we're not introducing anything new compared to what we're already doing in that regard. When we get to the next column over, the who decides the appeals, that's where we start seeing a further distinction or a split. So if LPRT would decide the appeal if there was any Alberta Environment approval, so that could be the registration, that could be also a Water Act approval. So it's possible to have a Water Act approval but not a registration, even for a small scale pit. So there's still that split on which of those two paths the appeal would go down. And I'm going to come back and talk about the LPRT appeal process and some of the reasons for using direct later as well. The final column is what changes, what happens on the public notification front. So the first one is that we typically send out a notice letter prior to a decision for discretionary use for just this particular use to the adjacent property owners. So that would remain. We also send them a letter after, so that if someone sees the decision and they wish to exercise their appeal rights, they can do that as well. What's different going to the direct control is we would insert that additional public notice because we're doing a rezoning. So you get an adjacent landowner letter for that. You get the opportunity to see the ad in the paper, and you get the opportunity to come to a public hearing. And people can also come to, just similar to being able to come and speak to MPC if they wish. So we haven't lost any notice requirements for anyone in this process. If anything, we built it up a little bit, depending on, largely due to the rezoning aspect of the control district. In all cases, you still have to tell people the outcome of the decision to be able to see if they want to try their appeal rights, and that still is part of the process all the way. So that's basically how the table flows through, and if you're in the larger category, you're going to be going through direct control, you're going to council, you're still submitting the same reports, depending on whether or not you had an EPA approval attached. You go down a different door for the appeals, and then the notice requirements are pretty comparable. When it comes to the appeal capability, one of the things that makes direct control attractive for this is limiting the scope of the appeal, and it's very much, as it suggests in the name, giving council additional control over these types of uses and developments and the development permit decisions that go with them. So what that means is the appeal rights are very narrow and limited, where council has made a decision under a direct control district. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that some of the things we've seen in terms of proceedings being filed and having to go through the initial steps would go away. So if someone under a direct control district got something they didn't like, be the applicant or an adjacent property owner, they can still file their paperwork with an appeal body. And the appeal body staff will not screen that. That would still go to a panel. So we'd still find some of our staff time and effort going into an initial dealing of an appeal process, because the first thing that panel would have to deal with is who made the decision on the direct control district. Do or do we not have jurisdiction to hear this appeal? And if the answer is council made the decision, then their conclusion should be, then we have no jurisdiction to hear this appeal. But we still have to go through the steps just to get that decision. What we don't have to do anymore is wait what unfortunately is turning out to be several weeks for outcomes from the LPRT, or outcomes that don't necessarily reflect our local planning concerns, be it about infrastructure or the impacts on adjacent properties with the location of key items like crushers that cause disturbance for noise and air quality. or concerns about the use of our road infrastructure and the wear and tear, their ability to apply road use agreements. So that is a large part of the reason, the rationale for moving to direct control, was to give council more authority and more certainty about the outcomes on some of these types of approvals. I'd like to say that we're unique and innovative, but we are not. This is not the first direct control district in use across Alberta for gravel extraction processes. And we're also not going to pass a test about being the third toughest to deal with in the province either. Having looked at a few of the other land use bylaws that are out there, they all are unique, responding to unique local circumstances. But some place more emphasis on public input. A lot of them place more emphasis on scrutiny of studies. But direct control is used in other jurisdictions for this particular type of use. So with that long ramble, Clark, I'm sure there's lots of questions, and I'll try to field them. Thanks.
Any questions for Craig? Thank you, Craig. Councilor Grover?
I got 1 or 2, 3. Asphalt plants, when they're put in somebody else's pit and they're working out of there. We had trouble this summer, keep them on the right road use agreement, the road they're supposed to be on. How are we going to shut that down from going forward here?
So if the theory,
2, 3 trucks off there, then you're good for a couple of days, and then pretty soon there's another 2 or 3, and they're going wherever they want to. What are they going to, what would be the enforcement? Shut the asphalt plant down for a day or 2? Maybe that gets their attention. I don't know.
Yeah, so there's 2 routes available to us in the scenario you just described. Is even though it's under a direct control district, it's still subject to the possibility of a stop order for enforcement. So if the use is causing issues that they're not supposed to, and that's a violation of their permit that council has issued, a stop order can be sent. The other is the road use agreements, which we changed before Christmas. We started the process to move that authority more directly under the general traffic bylaw, which is independent of our planning authority. That too is available for us to say, no, we're just going to pull you over, or we're going to yank your security, or we're going to yank your road use agreement, or you'll just sit here until you get the message. So 2 different kind of hats that we're wearing when we regulate that. So on the planning side, we got the stop order. On the use of the road, we have the road use agreement under the general traffic bylaw.
Another one is if you don't own the pit, but they're just taking it out of there and they don't stay to a road use agreement, then what?
So our road use agreements are typically with the person doing the hauls.
A day, and I know all the rest of it, but.
So I think it's the same mechanism. It doesn't matter. I think the road use agreement, if it's in the name of the owner or the person that's hauling it, if there's a violation, we're coming back and saying, there's no road use agreement, stop all hauling. And I'll ask Mr. Bruchik.
Yeah, no, I like them to
I've
haul
got
that much.
off on that.
As they want, as long as they got a road use agreement and they cleaning up the pit as they go and doing all that, more gravel they can haul, the better it is. Everybody gets a little gravel and it's a good deal. But if we're going to beat our roads up and not have a road use agreement, then it's not a good deal for us. Other than that, like I said, if they have all their permits and stuff, go ahead and make $1 million, or $3 million, or $4 million, doesn't matter to me, as long as we don't have to rebuild a whole bunch of roads because of it. Okay.
So I got a number of questions. So we talked about the condition of putting a pit under direct control district if they were beside a hamlet or a recreational area or whatever. But what if we have one pit that's already there, but yet a second pit comes in? Can we force both pits to then become under the direct control district because the combined size could, at that point, constitute a reasonable request to have them put into that situation? Typically what happens with gravel pits is they congregate in the same place because it's a funny thing. Gravel seems to be in seams.
Each individual parcel and property owner have to be dealt with separately. Probably a similar scenario, though, be on the same quarter section if I dug 5 acres over in this corner and only 5 acres over in this corner, collectively I didn't get past 12, how are we dealt with? And that disjointed area, when you look at definition of disturbance area, that probably would go that way. You'd still be under the agricultural district. It's collectively with any activity that's meets the definition of disturbance area, gets beyond that 12-acre size. It's, yeah, anyone operating now is be under the direct control district. So that's how I would look at that. And we've had that scenario with some of our smaller pits where it's been kind of like a more mom and pop operation where it's been a couple acres in one part, and then it's just been agricultural field and then back to an agriculture or an operation. But most of our commercial operations are already well over the 5-hectare size. Yeah, but you never say never. You try to anticipate as much as you can when you're trying to structure these.
I have a number if that's okay, Mr. So the county's going to be no different. They're going to have to follow these rules. If we have some land that is agricultural now, we're going to have to rezone it to direct control district. The idea behind this will bring clarity to our neighbors who are around us as well. They'll be able to follow the rules, and we will have to follow the rules, and our neighbors will say, you need to follow your own rules, correct?
That's very much the intent. The material before you doesn't give a pass or an exemption to the county as an operator of the use. And most of I think the one that we're looking at setting up, we will definitely be past the 5-hectare size and going for the license. So the additional notice to the adjacent property owners would be they'd be informed about the rezoning. So it's a little bit more notice than what otherwise they would have been getting a notice about the development permit going to municipal planning commission.
And that would be the Alberta government too, same.
We still have to go through the same registration process and do all the same requirements with the province as any other operator.
Okay, fair enough. Now, and I was a little bit under the misunderstanding here in your flow chart, who decides the appeals. I was thinking that this skipped the LPRT, but it doesn't skip it. It just basically, it kind of negates their authority a little bit in that case. So we'll still have to go through that policy.
We would. So and part of this goes back to our change in 2023 of how we're dealing with development permits. And we moved away from the prior to issuance and just started giving out the permits. What that means is for anyone that has the day after they've got their permit, move on. And if your development is appealed, you have to be conscious that you're now doing that at your own risk, that if successfully overturned on appeal, you may have done some work that you need to undo. So it'll tie into that, and that once we've issued a development permit under this, the permit's valid the next day. All the conditions are also required to be in compliance the next day. But then someone 21 days later may file for an LPRT proceeding. And filing for an LPRT proceeding is not all difficult. You don't have to put any money down. You just have to fill in a form. You don't have to even use full sentences. Submit it electronically, and lo and behold, we're going to use up provincial resources and municipal resources to process your appeal.
In your own resources.
Without sounding too bitter about that, the right to appeal in planning system is an important element. It's also important that it not be abused or used frivolously. But there's no mechanisms in the LPRT to screen that. Whereas, at least in our old system, when everything came through, and actually the regional STV does the same thing, we still do that for our local appeals. We use a fee structure to give people pause to think about whether or not it's important enough for them to file an appeal, or if I'm just going to use it to frustrate my neighbor or my competitor, or just be difficult because I don't want to comply. So unfortunately, 21 days after we have issued the development permit, that process may be launched. And then typically 30 days later, we find ourselves in a hearing with the LPRT to make some decisions on preliminary matters, at least, which is where the jurisdictional issue will be hopefully addressed. And even after that, assuming we only spend a day on the preliminary matters, we're probably waiting at least 15 more days before we get an outcome. So that's in contrast, though, to some of our other proceedings that we've had the experience of going through. And I should point out that this is what we've experienced as a result of some of the change in legislation. I think it's a new role for the Provincial Appeal Board to be looking at development permits compared to their traditional role of subdivision and intermunicipal issues. So it's a little bit of a learning, and I think some of these things are coming to light across the province that there may be a little bit of work to be done. And I appreciate we have some work on advocacy that maybe going down a different path that is hitting some of these same kind of themes. But we've also had the potential of waiting a long period of time before we get a final outcome on any decisions that are made by the LPRT, which means that level of risk for that person that has a valid development permit is just getting longer and longer, and they don't know what to do. And that's getting a little bit concerning in terms of timeliness and being able to move on. There's probably a litany of other things you can say are concerning with what we've experienced through the LPRT. But, I'll probably just leave it at that for this particular exercise.
Okay. And so who decides the appeals? There's also the question of, I mean, there's always the Court of King's Bench as well, right?
Yeah, all of the one thing we can never legislate away is the fact that council and municipality is subject to review, judicial review by the court. So there's nothing in this process that takes that away. So probably the biggest example for a direct control district would be we improperly conduct the hearing or improperly conduct the process, don't do the proper notification. Those kind of procedural issues are common for review of a bylaw in front of a judge. They're kind of an easy one to rule on in samples, but making considerations, even though you have a lot of discretion as a direct control, you're still operating as a planning body. So you're still subject to other common law rules such as regulating the use and not the user. So we should all be about the gravel, the sand, and the impacts that result from that use. In some ways, in a pure world, we should be completely blind to who the operator is. And we've got to remember that distinction. That too could lead to judicial review. Another could be taking into account irrelevant planning considerations. Now, granted, at the rezoning stage, council gets a little bit more latitude compared to municipal planning commission. So what I mean by that is technically you're operating at a more policy level when you're deciding whether or not we're prepared to see a gravel pit on that property or not. So it's more valid for council to take into account social, economic, social impacts, environmental impacts, economic impacts, compared to, say, a development permit where we're supposed to be very much blind eye to economic impacts and costs. So we do still have to remember that we're dealing with a planning issue and are still subject to that, the common law principles that go with that, and that judicial review will always be there.
Okay. And then I got two more quick ones here. Current small pit to larger pit. So I'm under the 5 hectares, halfway through my permit, and oh crap, things are better than I expected. I want to expand. The seam's a little further down the road. I'm gonna, dig out some more. Is it going to be cumbersome for individuals to do this versus just coming in and getting a addition to their current application?
So the perspective of the operators is probably it's already cumbersome.
Yeah.
And for the scenario you just described, it'll be just as cumbersome.
Okay. So nothing changes in that sense, but they still have to change to direct control district.
So what happens right now is, so if you have a development area approval for, say, 5 hectares, and you come in and say, Craig, I want to expand it to 7.2 hectares, that's a new development permit application. And we go down and we look at the list of all the things that we're looking for. So we're looking for the environmental reports, we're looking for the road assessments, we're looking for the wetland assessment if it's applicable, we're looking for your operating plan, we're looking for your reclamation plan. It's all the same list. There's no short form, which is why when we made the change to go back to putting in that 5-year requirement, we heard at least one of the operators indicating that those studies add up. That is a function of our current system, not anything that I've proposed in the direct control district. So you would use those same kind of studies, and then the additional part would be you may face a $700 application fee to amend the land use bylaw to go into the direct control district.
So to Mr. Grover's point about, let's say I got a small pit and I want to put a asphalt plant in it. Now it has to go to direct control district. So that may then be detrimental, especially because it's timely. So in the spring of 2025, I've got a small pit. The Alberta government comes to me, wants to put in an asphalt plant. stand to make a few dollars out of renting to them or however it's going to work, leasing, whatever.
It will,
I would have to go through that situation. You might put some of these small guys out. So if I'm under 5, could I go to direct? Can I make the application?
you can. So that was probably that switch over to direct control is what's going to be, you're going to hit the same study requirement to get your pit approved to then be an approved pit under the direct control district. And then at a later date, if the temporary asphalt plant opportunity emerges, I've left that silent in the land use bylaw in terms of studies. So we don't ask for a TIA per se for the temporary asphalt pit. That would be a council's complete discretion. So the development officer would have to look at it and say, well, what do I have to know about a temporary asphalt plant going in before I present it to council for approval? Maybe good to know, well, size, project related, how long, what kind of traffic loads they impact. So we end up using our general clauses to require information using our judgment as staff. So I haven't provided the same kind of prescriptive list that you see for the other sand and gravel processing uses.
Okay. And my last one is just, and I think I already know the answer, current pits, they run till their permit expires, and then when they renew their permit, they will be under this new program, correct?
They could, that's right. So I'm trying to think of,
If they're, our commercial pits are already, you already said most of them are over the 7 or.
they are, yeah. There's a couple permits out there that if you've got your approval, you just don't excavate very much. And that approval doesn't get taken away from you overnight. Eventually you'll get to a point where you've run out of development area from your previous approval, which means that's what's triggering the new approval, or you've run out of time. That's what's triggered it, or you desire to move up in size. Okay. And that's what would trigger. So my best guess is, now granted, I don't have, all the operators aren't obligated to tell me their plans and how their business is going year over year. But I wouldn't be surprised if a transition for all of our commercial pits to direct control, if it wouldn't take the next 10 years. And I say that because we have some permits that we've recently issued that have larger development areas that have up until 2030, 2031 timeframes attached.
Thank you for that indulgence. I answered all my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
You walked through what the appeal process would look like for applicants. Would that be the same change for a neighbor affected party? Is that they're under that same process?
Yeah, Reeve Clark, I did gloss over that part. Yeah, when we say restricted appeal rights, that is for everyone, not just, so the adjacent landowner also faces that restriction just as much as the applicant.
You had mentioned that the county, to consider this direct control district for the aggregate industry was not reinventing the wheel. Have you a ballpark figure on how many municipalities in the province do use direct control districts for aggregate?
I'll tell you about the 1 or 2 that I found, but I didn't do a comprehensive inventory across all 60 counties.
Yeah, well, or even in the group that you looked at, was half of them using, or a quarter? Or?
I have to go back and double check. I would probably, I'm going to hazard a guess that the closer you get to the metropolitan areas, Edmonton and Calgary, the likelihood increases. So one of the ones that very specifically I was looking at was Sturgeon County, and it uses direct control.
Okay, fair enough.
Any other questions? Greg?
Just maybe a couple final comments if I could about process. Reeve Clark, if council is amenable to giving first reading, I've asked for some additional time between first reading and the public hearing, and that's largely to get a chance to get some letters out to all our known gravel operators. So if we have them in our records, and for one reason or other, we'll send out the materials to them, them a couple weeks to digest and to get the comments back. Our usual kind of 4-week turnaround for a public hearing can be kind of tight for that purpose, and I'm asking for council's consideration to do like a 2-month gap for this bylaw only, to allow that. Also, that gap would allow us time to look at specific redesignations for some properties, the county lands being one, that would be introduced to council for first reading probably in the February council meeting for consideration at the same March public hearing. The council considers whether or not to adopt the direct control district. So it gives a chance for that kind of catch up on those particular properties. We also have a number of operators whose referrals we have their files that are in progress right now. And that leaves a bit of time for administration to go have a chat with them about voluntarily going under the direct control district now for their renewal, if there's an interest in that. So that's just a little bit of a deviation from our normal process of having the public hearing at the next council.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Stephen?
In regards to county gravel pits, so they would fall under direct control as long as they meet that 5 hectare trigger. And then it would be very much council's discretion when it comes to this. I guess I have some concerns with that. I mean, in a perfect world, we're all responsible people. We're going to have the exact same standards across as everyone else. But I guess it gives me pause to allow that much latitude in the future. Elections can be fickle, and with 6-8 years from now, I have no idea who's going to be here. So allowing latitude such as that, I guess I have mixed feelings about it. It could be great, it could be bad, and it's all dependent on who's sitting here and what they decide at that time. So, yes.
That still fall underneath your Alberta environment permits and everything else, so of the operation of your pits. Would it not, Craig?
It would, Reeve Clark. I think just going briefly to Justin or to Councillor Stevens' point, I think consistency with similar applications time and time again is an issue no matter which tool we're using. It's going to be an issue for direct control. Council does get a lot of latitude. This one just says it right on its face. It says, just look at the purpose statement, to regulate it in any way you see fit. And from pit A to pit B, the rules could be different. We already face that when we go to Municipal Planning Commission with whether or not there is a relaxation or a variance or a deviation. So we should still strive to be consistent and fair. Should we go to the issue of use? And then just to make life more difficult, the gray area for this always is context matters when you're dealing with planning issues. In one location, may not be any residents anywhere near. So the issue of noise, dust, truck traffic may not be as sharp or pointed. And it's another location that's close to, say, a future resort residential area.
Thank you. Councilor Grover?
I think we followed along pretty good with keeping our pits up, cleaned up and reclaimed and stuff over the years. Can't see it changing tomorrow, but that's my personal opinion on it.
Councilor Myrick?
Mr. Chairman, I will move this forward as presented and set the public hearing. When did you want to set that?
March 13th.
March 13th. Be a little extra time to send some letters out. I think that's prudent.
Any other questions, concerns?
I'd like to hear from our operators, see if they have any concerns. And this is something I think that's being utilized in a number of districts now. I think it's Clearwater that has this. It's either Lacombe or Panoka, one of the two of them are in the process. And I think Brazeau County has been utilizing this for a number of years as well for a lot of their planning. So I think this is kind of the way they're going.
Doing it too. For one of them is.
What's that?
Rocky View or Mountain View are doing
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question for first reading and set public hearing. All in favor? Opposed?
We have one opposed. Councillor Stevens?
Are you opposed to the public hearing too? I know where you're coming from.
So
That got us through all of our bylaws. Mr. Deal?
Thank you. So we're back to reports. 11.3, counselor fee sheets, page 159.
I'll move them.
Any questions, concerns on? No question, all in favor? That's carried. Council committee reports. County of Stettler Housing Authority, Stettler and District FCSS, Councilor, both from Councilor Nyberg. Highway 1221 Water Commission, verbal, because I didn't get mine in, and Student Resource Officer meeting was also a verbal. Very quick on both those. The Highway 1221, we meet there representing Shirley McCall. And, you know, as part and parcel, they go through the operating cost of the treatment plant and getting the water to Stettler. Good conversation had. We both have different similar operating issues, but different operating issues too. So it's a good spot to address it, but we did go through where our costs were at, and that reflects totally in what our Shirley McCullen cost is, and also our County Stettler water cost. So is there any other thing on that, Tibet?
They nominated a new chair. It was the town of Stettler.
Yeah, it wasn't town stuff, yeah. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Yeah. But it's, and those meetings, we have 2 a year.
2 years.
Who sits on their side?
Wayne Smith.
No, on
1221.
1221. That's Lacombe, Alex, and
Basically, they're,
It's a mayor, Alex now.
yeah.
It was Brenda Knight for quite a few years, and she stepped down.
okay. Does Lacombe County still have a rep?
Lacombe County, they operate that system.
Okay.
So, their manager or that operates it and everything.
Okay. And they financially manage it too?
Yeah, it's like the Highway 1221, like the Shirley McCall, so this
And
mayor.
They have a region, like a commission, it's not called.
I'm just wondering who's all on that commission.
So it's on a commission, so it'd be Alex, it'd be all their towns, their major towns, I'm sure would be on it. The mayor from Alex is their new rep this year.
Oh, okay.
How far north is that water line?
It goes to Farintosh, doesn't it?
Went over to Evansburg. I think that was our last hookup.
And so how big are they in compared to us? I know
No.
we're quite a
I
bit,
mean,
we're the
we're
largest.
Saskatchewan border, right?
Yeah.
So, and we are probably, according to Stantec, the largest potable water line in North America. So,
So plant wise, their plant is,
town sellers.
The town
Okay.
it splits just kind of right at.
but they have the allocation for that as well, right?
They have their own allocation.
And they, once they found they had some leaks over the years, and once they found them, their water.
Do they do Bashaw too then, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And Alex and the whole plant and.
They were having issues until they built the, what do they call that thing? Equalizer station at the top of the hill. Because of course, water was coming straight up. Now it yeah. So now it go up and it go back down. So now they keep it.
Reservoir control, but also pressure control. Yeah. Because when it tipped over the edge of that hill, the pressure on the other side was pretty high. They were having lots of trouble.
Yeah, you had no control whatsoever. You put a bunch of money into pumping it all the way up that hill just for it to come barreling down the other side.
I heard they had a lot of fine tuning on the control side because they were so much head pressure when your PLC is triggered by calling for pressure, but you have more than that pressure in head pressure. So it threw their logic out on their
Yes,
PLC.
County and you don't really have problems with Red Deer River when they ran their system. I know us as a co-op, they talked 5 different places with blue copper lines.
Fair enough.
We have strategically placed restrictors on our line going east because once you get past that, you're pretty well going down.
Fair enough.
Kind of a tough way to put it, but.
But it's the truth. All the way to Saskatchewan.
So are you suggesting Gadsby's further downhill than Botha?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's on Highway 1221. Moving. Yeah, and then just the student resource officer meeting was the yearly update. And it was actually not, the chair wasn't there and none of the school, but the Clearview rep was there, but not the teacher reps. So, but we just had a basic update on what Constable been working on and going forward, and it sounds like this plan to continue what they've been doing in Yale for girls' schools, those pieces is ongoing.
I have had some positive feedback from a number of teachers with the new officer that's in place.
Very well, yeah.
That seems well liked.
Yeah.
I was just going to add, there's no Stettler Library report, not because I didn't do it, it's because there was not enough business for a December meeting, so the board canceled that meeting.
Okay. And you did, position did room. You did one? Appreciate them for information.
Just had a question on James for your housing authority, that you had a few
No
evictions.
questions.
Statement? I think you had some evictions. Do you allow it to go on for any length of time before you finally see enough?
So it's in our community housing. So the community housing, it is always a tough one because a lot of times our community housing is the last resource of housing for somebody. So the lenience is pretty heavily there given because it can be in the situation where these individuals are being evicted to nowhere, right? It's tough for us there comes a point where if you're destroying the property or if you haven't paid your bills for 3 or 4 months, we have other tenants that are willing to or can and able to pay. So it is one of the toughest ones we have. So that one's always handled with a very kid gloves.
That you could have in counties.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I think we do have a number of, this may be our first year that I think talking with the FCSS that we've actually had some homelessness in our community. In the past, we've done a very good job of dealing with it. And I think they have just the fall here coming up, or just past, I mean, the FCSS did have some individuals that they are find some homes for. It's tough. It just is. The market rate has gone up and people just aren't making as much money. And I blame it 100% on the carbon tax. I don't care what anybody says. It has sucked a lot of money out of our community.
The PG office, like, there's no leniency, like, on behalf of the federal.
No, none whatsoever.
And if I may add to Councillor Nyberg's statements on that one, I know FCSS had no alternative to when they had seniors come that couldn't make their utility payments. I mean, FCSS could not cover all their utilities. So their suggestion was they were going to have to give up their home and try a lodge or something like that because they couldn't pay their utilities. So, yeah.
Really something.
Well, and that's, I mean, if I can, Mr. Chairman, and that's one conversation that's had the 2 individuals that we were talking about with the seniors. One couldn't pay the utility bills and one couldn't pay the rent. One had with the utility bills owned their home. They had some financial means, so they ended up selling and did, I think, move into the lodge. And then the other one who was renting moved in lodge. The interesting fact with lodge in Alberta, it's a 315 rule and it's been now moved to 345 that we as the provider, if you make $2,000 a month of income, we have to leave you with $345. 345, it got changed, yeah. So that is something that I think a lot of seniors, we've seen an uptick in people moving in, and I think it isn't as necessarily a want, it's a need and a financial need that they have finally said, it's good value. If I'm not going to be able to live anywhere else. It's not where I want to live, maybe necessarily, but it's where I can afford to live. So, of course, our rent is going up as well, and that dynamic always changes. And again, the subsidy that the county, the town, and all the member municipalities will put in will also be affected. And so, yeah, unfortunately, that is what it is.
Thank you.
Councillor Rowe?
One thing that really bothers me about affordable housing, there's a bunch of people that do need it. And then you have some that abuse it and beat the out of the facility and it's non-rentable to the next person, even if they take off. You know, cost.
We do better in community housing where, the community housing is set. So we got a rent supplement program that works very well. So you rent from Larry, let's say, and we'll just help subsidize your rent. So the going rent is $1,800. You can only afford $1,500. We give you $300 in subsidy towards that. It's called the rent affordability program, or it used to be RAB, now it's benefit. They changed the name. It's the RAB. It used to be the RAB. But yeah, so that I really like that program because we don't get into the market differentiation. And our community housing where we are just basically renting below market rate is good. But the affordable housing that Mr. Grover is talking about seems to be that's our tough one.
It has its moments, like,
Yes.
and the next person could need in there really bad and, it's down for 5 months while we rebuild it.
Well, we have those 2 suites. Remember we had sent a letter to the minister to try and get our 1 suite built up, and that was one of those situations. In actuality, they have decided to do 2 of the suites that we have for renovation.
Still movement when it gets there.
Questions or comments? All question, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Consent agenda items. 12.1 to Alberta Minister of Municipal Affairs, Oil and Gas Property Tax Incentives. Central Alberta Rural Communities, 12.2. 12.3, Alberta Minister of Environment Protected Areas, Drought Conditions in Alberta. Town of Stettler motion to renew the 12.5, Stettler Health Services Foundation Festival of Lights Gala Recap. And 12.6, Integrated Travel Passenger Rail Service from Stettler to Red Deer. 12.7, Alberta Culture Days, thank you. And 12.8, Alberta Town and County Museum 2024 budget information. Is Councillor Everett?
Mr. Chairman, I do want to have a conversation. We talked about the one that Doug Jones had talked to you about.
Talked about that wasn't a passenger rail, that was a.
Just rail, period.
Industrial rail.
Yeah, rail.
There was a study doing that.
So does that conflict with this one, the Red Deer's?
I think, well, I don't know if it would conflict or compete with it. It'd be a different rail line because that line was to come from Oyen, Hannah, and it would either head south to Calgary or north to Edmonton, which that group of individuals were really hoping it to go north to Edmonton in order to be a freer shipping.
Well,
places like that.
I guess my fear in this is like there's only so much money in the rail pot. I'm not sure if these guys know about Doug's plan. I would imagine they would.
Well, that study is ongoing. It's been going.
It's been now for almost a year.
Yeah, I was gonna say
10
months to a year.
Okay, I just wondered if you knew any more about it.
Through the government, so I hope that they're talking to the same people.
Yeah, because they obtained a government grant to
Yeah.
do the plans.
And we already have what do you call it? The rail bed in place. We don't have the actual rail now.
But we've lost a lot of ballots off that rail bed because farmers can't help themselves.
Which we would like we had said that we're gonna invite Doug to a meeting up there.
Yeah, we've invited him several times. Doug will let us know when he can get here.
Last time I talked to Doug, he was just getting back from
Yeah.
Panama or something on a holiday. That was at the RMA.
Yeah.
Councilor Stevens? Yeah, okay.
If you're done the rail conversation, I think we owe an answer to the Stettler Museum. If you look at their budget, they're making the same request this year as they made last year to increase our funding from 30 to 32. I believe the town was at 34. Their request is to go to 35. So I'll kind of open it up to the rest of council, but I think we owe them an answer.
Counselor Jenner?
I find that okay if they're complaining, saying about the price of the land and what they're having to make payments that they're getting behind. For what we have given over to them.
I don't I don't think that's the complaint. I think it's like everything, every one of the groups we've discussed, their costs went up, whether it be utilities, insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not one thing. Yes, that payment is an expense and it definitely contributes, but it's never just one thing.
And
So,
may I add?
yeah, go ahead.
At the museum, I remember when I sat on that board, all those old buildings, they're cedar siding and cedar shingles on most of them, which requires a lot of upkeep, and the windows are wood windows, you know, that rot easily and stuff, and they can't change them to vinyl and tin and all that, because then it's no longer at museum. So the upkeep is pretty high on those things. They have a few tinned ones, but to keep the integrity of the old buildings, they have to put a lot of maintenance in them.
CEO Cassidy?
So in the final budget presentation tomorrow, we have actually for 2024, $32,000 in. But then in 25, 26, and 27, we've knocked it back down to 30. So, we're looking for an approval for 204, but the 32,000 is in.
So that's your approval.
Sure.
So 35.
Yeah, I understand that I don't want this to be a blank check and every year increasing. But the museum has made considerable efforts in increasing their fundraising. They've added additional events, they've expanded some of them. I do feel like that volunteer board is putting in a ton of effort. I don't want to discount that.
Who's our rep on that board again?
I don't know.
But if you go to the Canada Day function, the Christmas light displays, they do, their volunteer time is immense.
The museum, they've
Working hard there.
they've added the fall one. They've started doing, last February, they did one for Valentine's Day. They've added the joint one, which sounds like is going to be a more permanent thing, a joint exhibit expo with the Teenage Elevator and the Tractor Club. So they're collaborating with the library. They're going to have the mini golf in there. So hopefully that'll be a new source of foot traffic and small amount of revenue.
Golf, I'll be there. I'll challenge every counselor here. I'll crush you.
Push the little kids out of the way.
You betcha. Elbows up, and that's what my golf coach said. Keep your elbows up, and I thought he meant to get to the clubs.
I guess the short answer is that we are presenting 32. If we do the public hearing tomorrow, we will be taking the budget February to council if you approve it.
So you want 35, right? What do you want?
The request at this point is 32 to the council.
What did we get last year?
30.
Second line. Okay. Any other questions on?
One other one, Mr. Chairman. We talked about myself going to the summit, the Bashaw thing. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm in union negotiation, but Les is able to go. He might not be the whole time there, but the FCSS was going, and Shelley's dealing it now. So I think it's important that we send somebody. So I think Mr. Stolberg would, either through us or through them, will participate in it. We've got that covered. I'm not sure. I've heard some things that it's not working as well as it has in the past, but maybe we can learn some. And again, some of the comments I've heard back is Bashaw, it might work a little better in their smaller community, but I think we might be able to learn something anyways from that.
No pun intended with Shelley wheeling it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's one wheel now.
Full blow.
Any other comments or requests on the consent agenda?
Did everyone enjoy the Merry Christmas from Minister MacGyver at 2:30 on the 22nd?
Yeah. Just so he knew that he could turn his phone off.
I checked and checked, no, don't check to it. Though.
Yeah. Like your John Lennon.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
need to move her to move these.
Yes.
The only other thing that I did want to bring to council's attention is, of course, the letter from Minister Schultz, the drought, stage 4, we could be going to stage 5. Maybe the snow is going to help. I don't know. But, you know, I think that's awareness that we've really got to continue to have and to continue to levy our concerns to our MLA, because it could be a tough year.
Also, probably most realize it, is that something we're gonna put in the county connections, Nikki?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in Minister Schultz's memo, it did already address voluntary conserving of water. I mean, we're getting so close to a crisis that every little bit probably helps. So like waste of water, I mean, I think we take it for granted in this country, just turn on the tap and let it run. But I think the public needs to be aware how close this is becoming to a crisis. So.
And this is urban, this is rural, this is commercial, this is
everything, yeah.
So has there been any discussion in that meeting you had, Mr. Chairman? I mean, Councillor Joe Gender always talked about more offsite or off-stream storage. Has there been any more discussion with the town to set up another settling pond? Because in the times that the river's flowing heavily, could we offsite or off-stream storage that? I don't know. Because we talked about having or maybe even some of our allocation cut back.
Your river users group is definitely speaking with the Alberta, with like the provincial government regarding offsite storage down from the Dixon Dam. So probably the Big Valley, Morin type area somewhere along the river.
I think it's going to be north there, but I wasn't going to bring it till we had more.
Yeah.
More, I said on that committee, not going to bring it till they have a definite where they're going to put it. And I had a laugh. There was guys that said on there 10 years ago, and when I said we should build a dam on the edge of the river, now they're not laughing. I went up and tapped two of them on the shoulder. I said, "Do you guys laugh now? That we should have built it then. You could have built that dam for half price 10 years ago." But they're working on it, but that, I don't know if there's anybody at the table's going to be here when it gets done. That's how it takes a long time.
Yeah.
Take at least 9 to 10 years, eh? But that's not a for sure thing, so I didn't put it in my.
Yeah, they're getting pretty public with it.
But the one dam they put in the town of Stettler would be under their water thing would be under 20 feet of water. Don't know, that might not be so good for taking
Quite a
water.
recreation area if they dammed off the Mackenzie Crossing area.
Just throwing this out there, as opposed to building a settling or containment pond. What if we just turn the pumps back on? We kind of have our own settling pond that nature built.
I've always
We don't want them carp. Remember, that's what we're after.
No water. Besides, we're gonna sell, at the lake, we can sell another row of houses along there pretty soon.
Yeah, that is, we sell the
There is no lakefront.
lakefront again, you betcha.
Let's not get that rumor.
Yeah, we like Justin now. We don't want to get hung.
I think fair enough, so you'd be all right. How's your neck? You got a tough neck? When they hang you?
Was there anything else, CEO Costi? Yes. Removed them, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. So our next is in camera, under section 23, 24, and 20 of the wait. Councillor McKay,
Nothing else, I'll move us in camera.
call the question, all in favor?
Counselor,
I'll move that we give administration clearance to proceed with the cleanup of lot 35 Second Avenue, Red Willow, whatever it takes, if that includes going to court at the King's Queen or King's Bench.
call the question, all in favor? Carried. And next meeting is Wednesday, February
Somebody
14th.
wasn't gonna make a motion about the RCP, or we were just gonna do it.
I think it just, I'll make a motion and we instruct administration to get back to the RCMP on staffing.
Seeking additional information about the request.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? Carried.
Was there anything?
Adjournment? Yeah. Next meeting is February 14th, 2023. And Councilor Grover said adjournment. Okay. All in favor? Or Councilor Kay, you're in favor?
I'm in
favor.
favor.
Anyone have questions, anyone have agenda items?